What's up? What's up? So today we're gonna continue revisiting some of the old documents, and why I want to do this is to see that every moment, every day brings a new perspective to this game. All right. So we're gonna continue down the path of reality creation, and this one is actually titled "Manifest Like a Prophet." Speak it until it's flesh. What we're gonna really talk about is how you are the only prophet in your life. You are the only one speaking power in your life. You are the only one with authority in your life. No one can pray for you. No one can manifest for you. No one can curse you. No one can take away the light which is yours, right? You are the one. All right, so let's get into it. Your life is a prophecy. Speak it or repeat it. We often talk about unconscious versus conscious manifestation. If you are consciously creating, then you are being conscious. You're walking around with awareness. You are in the present moment, and you are watching your words. You're watching the situations. You are giving them the meaning that is life-giving, right? But if you're living unconsciously, then you're walking through life in old beliefs, what people tell you, situations that triggered you before, you're allowing those things to give you an excuse to tell the same story, all right? So unconscious living as default prophecy, and then conscious living as divine script. That's the way we can break it down. If you're living unconscious, you are living by a default prophecy, a prophecy of somebody else's expectations, right? So you're creating someone else's reality. Or you can live conscious and you can create your own divine script. All right? Cool. You are not simply living a life, you are writing one. With every word, every thought, every assumption, you are shaping the invisible into form. What's up? What's up? You are not waiting on a prophecy to be fulfilled. You are fulfilling one right now with your being. The question is not if you are prophesying. The question is, what script are you speaking into reality? All right. Am I in the dark? I'm not in the dark. I'm not in the dark, man. It's always a light around here. All right, so the question is not if you're prophesying. The question is, what script are you speaking into reality? All right, now let's talk about this quote. All right, Proverbs 18:21. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. This is a profound statement, right? Life and death are in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. Let's break this down, because I often talk about belief. What is belief? Belief are the constant statements that you say. What if I don't feel it to be true? I am the truth. Whatever you declare to be is the truth. That is how the game goes. I am the truth, right? What you feel is not the truth. What you feel is just a effect, right? It's just an effect of the situation, an effect of the thoughts, an effect of what you see, it's just an effect. But what you say over and over again, that determines your belief, right? So let's get into that. Open up this chat. All right, so your words are not empty. Your words are not empty. They are seeds laced with vibration and intention. Every sentence you speak sends a frequency into the fabric of reality, shaping outcomes, coloring perception, and summoning unseen forces. When scripture says death and life are in the power of the tongue, it is reminding you that your voice is not neutral. It is creative. What you speak over your health, your future, your identity, your relationships, it all takes root. Words can curse or they can bless. They can imprison you in cycles of limitation, or they can call forth divine possibilities. The only purpose of language was ever to control reality. It's the only purpose for language is to be able to control reality, control people, control things, control reality. If you go back to the basis of why we speak, the purpose of speaking is to control reality. That is it. That's it. All right? To love the tongue, right? Because they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. To love the tongue is to respect its sacred power, to speak with intention, to choose language that aligns with what you actually want to manifest. Because as the verse says, you will eat the fruit of what you speak. Your reality becomes a harvest of your words you've sown in faith, fear, or carelessness. If you declare lack, you live in it. If you declare light, it surrounds you. Every I am that you utter becomes a door you step into. The tongue is not merely a muscle, it is an instrument of prophecy. And when you awaken to this truth, you no longer speak by reaction, you speak by revelation. All right, another quote by Louise Hay: every thought you think is creating your future. Every single one. All right, nothing is void, nothing is null, nothing is meaningless. It's all powerful, it's all beautiful, it's all poetic, right? It's all creative. So the next section, default prophecy, the scripts you didn't know you inherited. All right, most people don't live, they repeat. They echo ancestral fears. They wear cultural shame. They act out the same loops as their parents, calling it what? Personality. Personality. Culture. Personality. Culture, right? They act out the same loops as their parents, calling it personality. This is unconscious prophecy. The silent agreement to relive the past and call it fate. All right, let's talk about how we pass these things down. All right, Exodus 25. The sins of the fathers are visited upon the children. Interesting statement. I wonder what that means. The sins of the fathers are visited upon the children. This verse speaks to the reality that we inherit more than eye, color, or surnames. We inherit spiritual patterns. The sins of the fathers are not divine punishments passed down by a wrathful God, but the energetic residue of choices unhealed and lessons unlearned. Okay, traumas, beliefs, addictions, emotional wounds, these echo through generations like a song stuck on repeat. What isn't faced in one life becomes a script unconsciously lived in the next. Not because God is cruel, but because consciousness seeks what? Consciousness always seeks wholeness. And until the pain is made conscious, it continues not as curse, but as calling. This was a bar right here, if you caught that, all right? Not because God is cruel. Why do we have these patterns passed down? Not because God is cruel, but because consciousness seeks wholeness, and you are consciousness. So if consciousness, just the natural way that consciousness moves is to seek wholeness, what does that mean? It means it's always going to bubble up these things within you for you to confront. So it makes no sense for you to run from your feelings. It makes no sense for you to run from what you perceive to feel bad or see or look out and see as negative. It makes no sense because consciousness seeks wholeness. And one way for consciousness to get to wholeness, to help push you into wholeness, right? And from this perspective, right, we're not talking about the wholeness of who you are. We are talking about wholeness in terms of just self-work, self-development. You're always whole no matter what, right? But in this place, in this particular part, we are talking about the wholeness of self-work. Meaning the unconscious patterns will always try to come to light. And if you continue to suppress them or you ignore them, this is what Carl Jung said when he says, until we make the unconscious conscious, it will rule our life and we will call it fate. So your consciousness is trying to help you create the life that you want by what? By bubbling up certain things that are unconscious, right? Certain painful things. This is the conversation we had about demons and angels, right? Is that the demons are those thoughts, those feelings, those parts of you that you've cast out, right? This is the battle between Satan and God, right? The highest self, the light and the dark within you, because everything is unfolding within you. The universe is within you. So we cast these parts of us out, right? The jealousy, the unhealed parts, the trauma, all these things are fears. And until we actually start looking and saying, okay, what do I have to believe to be true to feel this way? Then those unconscious parts of us will continue to rule our life. They'll continue to become patterns. Let me give you an example of how jealousy can unconsciously rule your life. I'll give you an example. Let's say that you've been working hard, but you don't believe anything's coming. All right. That's a problem in itself already. But now let's add the fact that you see somebody else who's doing their thing and they pull up in a car that you like. They're showing off money you wish you had. And you get jealous. But on a deeper level, what is this jealousy? Because it's just energy. It's just a feeling. And the feeling is trying to highlight a belief that you had. So let's say that the belief that you have because of this jealousy is, oh, I cannot get that. Remember, every thought is an affirmation. Every thought is an affirmation. So if my jealousy is really hiding that belief that, oh, I don't believe I can get this, but I want it, now I am unconsciously creating an affirmation and speaking an affirmation that is leading me down a path of not being able to get what I want. This is when I say, if you keep the unconscious, then it'll rule your life and you will call it fate. This is one example of that, right? So your emotions are not meant for you to suppress. This is why feeling is a secret is so destructive. Believing that your emotions are the primary stakeholders in your success in this game. That's why that is so damaging, because what it leads a lot of people to do is to completely suppress what they're feeling. Not actually look at, okay, what is this trying to tell me? And just suppress it and run from it, which always leads to worse, right? And okay, here we go. So to awaken, all right? So to awaken is to interrupt the pattern. To become conscious, to awaken is to interrupt the pattern. You may have been born into the fallout of someone else's forgetting, but you are not bound to their blindness. All right? At some point of our life, it does not matter what you've been taught. It doesn't matter what other people have done to you. At some point of our life, we have to become completely accountable for who we are right now. Yeah, this person did that, cool. But we could all sit around the campfire and tell sad sob stories of who hurt us and what our parents told us. But continuing to live in those stories, we bring them into the present moment and we just continue to fling them into the future. I'm not saying don't remember it. I'm not saying to suppress and run from it. I'm saying, what is that thing trying to show you? If you have these negative feelings, all they're trying to do is give you clarity on what you want. So instead of purely focusing on what you don't want, use that as a catapult to propel you into what you do want. Into that clarity. Become that alchemist, all right? So to awaken is to interrupt the pattern. You may have been born into the fallout of someone else's forgetting, but you are not bound to their blindness. Keep in mind, what does this mean, right? To catch a unconscious belief or expectation, what does it mean to actually fix it? Where you're walking through life and these beliefs are unconsciously ruling you. Your job is simply to walk around with awareness, with presence, with consciousness, right? Being in the present moment, observing life, observing your thoughts, observing your feelings. And the moment that you find that unconscious belief that's been running you, how do you fix it? You simply put your awareness on it. So even when we think of things like reprogramming our mind, that in itself could be seen as a cop-out. I've been unconsciously thinking that. Now, all of a sudden, if I just repeat some affirmation over time, long enough, now I can just go blind again and my subconscious will just carry out what I want. Right? But once you actually take the present moment to actually put your awareness on what you want, now that's all you need to do. You are aware now. From the moment that you are aware of it, now it becomes a choice. Make the choice. Are you going to continue to give life and relate, right, and identify as that thought or as that belief? Or are you going to revise it right now? I don't want to think about that anymore. I don't want to believe in this anymore. I don't want this to be my expectation. This is not going to be my expectation anymore. And then boom. So you replace it with a new expectation in this moment, and then you move on. And then the next time it comes up, you do the same thing. This is the point of consciousness. This is what consciousness is. This is what consciousness is, man. It's a moment by moment thing. It's a moment by moment decision to become the alchemist, to start transmuting shit, to start stepping into a colder version of you. Instead of allowing these negative situations to pull you down the rabbit hole of feeling sorry for yourself, become the main character. The example I gave, if somebody was watching your life, if your life was a movie and you went through some shit, what movie is more interesting? What do you want to see? Do you want to see the main character just sit and tell the sad story of what they went through in the past? Or do you expect the main character to look in the mirror and say, okay, I'm hurt, but this is what I get clarity on what I want from it. Now I have clarity on what I want. Now this is what I'm going to do. Now this is who I am. From this point forward, this is who I am. When we say step into main character energy, Right? We do this from this soft perspective of, oh, it's all cute and rainbows. No, I'm telling you, step into main character, the main character of your life. Be that. Be that person. Be that person right now. Your pain was never meant to pull you down. It was never meant to stop you. It was simply meant to light a fire under your ass. That's what it was meant to do. All right? So you are the one. Okay, here we go. Let me start this one over. Okay, so to awaken is to interrupt the pattern. You may have been born into the fallout of someone else's forgetting. But at what point are you just going to take accountability for your life? I don't need to sit around and tell the story of how other people hurt me. I don't need to sit around and tell the story of, oh, my parent did this, my friend did this, my ex did this, and this is why I am the way I am. When are you going to get tired of that story? Every time you revisit that story, you are just bringing it into your present and you are propelling it into your future. Sure, it may be fun to post about your hard times online. You get a couple, pity likes. But do you understand that you are speaking prophecy over your life when you do that? You are speaking prophecy over your life. You don't live there anymore. That's not you anymore. And when you start thinking about it, remind yourself, that is not me anymore. I don't live there anymore. That was just giving me clarity on this, okay? So you may have been born into the fallout of someone else's forgetting, but you are not bound to their blindness. You are the one chosen to see it clearly and say what? Say, this ends with me. This shit ends with me. All right? This verse is not about generational punishment. It is about generational invitation. The invitation to break cycles, to cleanse bloodlines, to transmute inherited shadow into sacred light. You don't carry the weight of your ancestors to be buried beneath it. You carry it so you can redeem it. And when you choose to heal, you don't just rewrite your story, you rewrite theirs too. You don't just rewrite your story, you rewrite theirs too. You rewrite theirs too, okay? And like I said, Carl Jung quote, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Unconscious prophecy doesn't require words. It is embedded in vibration, in the way you speak to yourself, in what you believe is possible. Until you break the cycle, you live as a vessel for old scripts, not as the divine author of something new. Now let's pause right here and let's have a heart to heart, brother to brother, brother to sister, God to God. Okay? Nobody is coming to change your life for you. Nobody. Not your parents, not your friends, not the priest, not the pastor, not the YouTube coach. Nobody is descending to save you. But guess what? You have everything within you right now that you need to save yourself. No situation is your tomb. No situation is the end. In this very moment that you are in right now, I don't care how much pain you feel. I don't care how much despair you feel. Your situation is not unique. You can dig yourself out of any hole. Source, before you descended here, you were given everything that you needed. Your first baptism in the womb guaranteed that you will be born with everything that you needed to get out of any situation. Stop waiting on somebody to give you the information that is going to make it click. It'll never happen. What is going to click is when you make the decision that you run your life. The generational issues, the issues of my parents, this shit ends with me. The issues of exes, that shit ends right now. The issues of money, that shit ends right now. That old mindset, it is dead now. I'm never going back. I refuse to go back. I only look in the mirror and see pure divinity. When I look at myself, I see God. When I go in my imagination, I commune with God. When I speak, these are the words of God. There is no separation between me and you and anything around you, any circumstance. It is all you. And reality follows as you are. As you are. This is all you need to know. What if you don't feel good? It does not matter. It doesn't matter. What are you speaking? It does not matter. What if I don't believe it? It doesn't matter. What are you speaking? I am the truth. Your I am awareness is the truth. What you declare it to be is the truth. You are the truth. Your words are the truth. What do you mean I don't believe it? Your words are the truth. That's enough. Say the word. Say the word. Speak prophecy over your life. And number 2, stop making this about anyone else. Get some ego. Get some backbone. Get some balls. You are the main character in this life. You are not doing this to get somebody else. It is a privilege for them to walk back into your life. It is a privilege for them to walk back into your life. You are not changing your account or your financial situation. You are declaring the truth. I've always been prosperity. I am every aspect of the divine. All lack must fade out of my life. Money must flow to me. Begin to decree. Stop looking at this as a soft practice. This is an embodiment. It is time for you to be the main character. You've been the side character for a while. Be the main character now. You are not divinity wrapped in flesh to come down here and play second character to somebody else. You are not Luigi. You are Mario. You are not player 2. You create this reality. You can be whatever you want. Whatever you want. You can be the coldest person. You can have the money that you want. You can have the relationship or ships that you want. There is literally no limit. Literally none. You can have a woman or a man in your bed every night. If that's what you want, you can have it. You can have enough money to never have to worry about swiping your card again. If that's what you want, you can have it. You can live in the spots you want. In the city, you can live secluded. You can have the things that you want. You can live the life of your dreams. But how do you start? You make the decision right now that you are living the life of your dreams. I am living the life of my dreams. You make that decision and you do not go back. I don't care what you see, you do not go back. This is about you. When is the last time that you sat down and you just felt the fullness of love within you? You just went within and you felt nothing but love. You went within and you just communed with yourself, not by going in trying to manifest something, but going within yourself and understanding the truth that I am all that there is. It's about you. It is about you. It's not about that person. In the moment that you flip your mindset from I'm trying to get this person back, I'm trying to manifest, to I have that person. And they are lucky. They're lucky that I like them enough to allow them to walk back in my life. The moment that you start switching your mindset and you become the main character, this is when the dominoes will fall. But until then, doing these things from lack, you have to have it to receive it. You have to have it to receive it. All right? We come into this space and we just think all this light and it's just lovey-dovey. You have to step into the main character energy. And that shit is not all lovey-dovey. All right? So number 2, words are wombs. What you speak, you birth. Every time that you speak, you open a portal. Words are not just sounds, they are seeds. All right? Words are not just sounds, they are seeds. You plant them in the soil of time and life responds. Maybe I talked a little bit too hard. All right, here we go. Words are not just sounds, they are seeds. You plant them in the soil of time and life responds, right? Not to what you want, but to what you declare, right? Thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. Do you, and I say this all the time, right? That word decree. What does decree mean? What does decree mean? I'm going to prove that I'm not making this up. We're going to Google decree together. Decree. What does this mean in the dictionary, okay? A decree means an official order issued by a legal authority. Do you see that? An official order issued by a legal authority. I'm making this shit up, right? So when we say thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be added unto thee, this is what we are saying. The moment you start to speak like a legal authority, the moment that you start to, all right, brace yourself, I'm about to say it. Brace yourself, I'm about to say it. All right? The moment that you begin to command God, you can say command the universe if that makes you feel better. You know, if it's a better way to put it, you can say command the universe, not God. The moment you begin to speak commands over your life, the moment you begin to realize you're the only prophet walking around in your life, the moment you realize creation, reality's done, creation's done, every single possible outcome exists, every path exists, and it's your speech that is determining how things are going to unfold. This is why begging is useless. This is why the more you beg, the less shit you get. The more you beg, the less you get. Because you were never meant to beg. This language is opposite of begging. Thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. That is a firm statement when you start to speak as a legal authority. When you begin to speak as a legal authority, right? When's the last time you saw a legal authority begging? When's the last time you saw that? Begging. Immediately, them motherfuckers abuse their powers. They abuse their powers. All right? But there's something even in that when we're talking about this reality creation space. Thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. The moment you begin to understand that your words are the authority in your life. Let me put this in another way to make it a little bit more profound. The moment that you realize that you are the authority in your life. You are the authority in your life. No one else. Not the president, not the priest, not your parents, not your friends, not anybody on TV or on YouTube, on TikTok, not me, nobody else but you. You are the authority. You are. All right? So, every time you speak, you open a portal. Words are not just sounds, they are seeds. You plant them in the soil of time. You plant them in the soil of time. And when we're talking about time, we're talking about linear reality time. Right? Here comes the thunder again. And life responds. Not to what you want, but to what you declare. Oh shit, that wasn't loud at all. All right. So Joel 3:10, let the weak say I'm strong. I love this. And every time I read this, I'm going to go into depth about this. Joel 3:10, let the weak say I am strong. This is profound. It does not say let the weak reprogram their subconscious mind until they're strong, does it? It doesn't say let the weak feel like they're strong for long enough because feeling is the secret and then they will be strong. It simply says let the weak say I am strong. Another way to put it, let the one who sees lack say I am prosperity. Let the one who feels pain say I am loved. Let the one who sees nothing that they want say everything is unfolding perfectly for me. Huh. Wow. Look at this. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words. Let the weak say, comma, I am strong. This is a profound statement. You mean I don't need to reprogram shit? No. People made though. That's other people's limitations. That is other people's limitations. Whatever you say after I am prosperity, I am whatever you want. I am, okay? I am whatever you want. Anything after that is unnecessary. Well, you know what I'm saying? I am prosperity, but what about this situation? What about this? But Alex, you don't understand. This is what happened. This is what I see. It's unfair. Whenever you say that, there's a reason why. Jesus said, I am the truth. I am the way. Because just by you declaring it, that's the truth now. You can dilute your affirmations with a whole bunch of buts. But this is what reality is going to say. Reality is going to say yes. Well, you know what I'm saying? I am prosperity, but the job hasn't given me the raise, and they already did the quarterly reviews for the first quarter. Reality is going to say, yes, you're right. Okay, cool. So are you or are you not prosperity? Which one is it? You can't serve two masters. You cannot serve two masters. Okay? John 1:1 and then John 1:14. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word became flesh. I wonder what the word becoming flesh means. What does that mean? In the beginning was the Word, you know what I'm saying? The Word was God, right? Word was God, right? And then the Word became flesh. What is the flesh? It's your divine ass. It's you. It's just you. That's it. You are God made incarnate. John. Oh, no, this is John. John 1. John 1:1. The first part of Genesis is in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. Right? And then we go into all those things, right? This is John 1:1 and then John 1:14. Right? Florence Scovel Shinn, your word is your wand. When you say I always fail, the universe says as you wish. When you say, man, these women these days, bro. God damn. The universe says as you wish. When you say, I just don't know what's up with these men these days. As you wish. They just don't act right. Okay, as you wish. Be careful what you are speaking, because you are a prophet. When you say I was born for this is who I am this, I am divine, I am absolute perfection, it's all unfolding for me, reality begins to arrange itself accordingly. Because you are not just observing life, you are shaping it with every syllable. You're shaping it with every syllable. Yeah, the document's on YouTube. If you want the document, it's on YouTube. I don't know if that was a joke or if that was sincere. I'm going to take it as sincere. But the document is on YouTube. All right, so repetition is a spell. Break it or embody it. If you say something enough times, you don't just believe it. You become it. If you say something enough times, you don't just believe it. You become it. So what is belief anyway? Belief is how often you revisit something in your mind. Drop the thought that belief is some feeling. Okay, drop that thought that belief has to be some feeling. Belief is what you frequent in your mind. How frequently, how often you visit something in your mind, that is the truth. If you say something enough times, you don't just believe it, you become it, right? Belief. I don't believe it. This doesn't feel like it's true to me. I am the truth. I am the truth. The name of God is the truth. And when you attach whatever you want to I am, you are stating the truth. This is law. I am prosperity. This is the truth because I am is the truth. Okay? The only thing that you have to do to get out of the situation is declare the truth. Now, this is how it really is. Thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. All these different ways to say the same shit. All these different ways to say the same shit. That is why affirmations aren't fluff. They're tools of divine authorship. They're tools of divine authorship. You've already been affirming unconsciously. You've already been affirming unconsciously. Let's even break that down, right? Because we can't look at what Google says, right? An acceptance that a statement is true or that something exists. A statement that something is true or that something exists. It's a statement. It's a statement. It's a statement that something is true. A belief, a statement. That's all it is. It's a statement that something's true. So if I make a statement, that is my belief, all right? So that's why affirmations aren't fluff. They are tools of divine authorship. You've already been affirming unconsciously through your complaints, through your sarcasm, through your self-doubt. Now it's time to take back your pen, all right? Romans 12:2, be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. And then the second quote, right? There's power in naming things, right? Because thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. Like we overcomplicate this, right? Like trying to look in, okay, well, belief. What really is belief? It's a statement. What you say is the belief. I am the truth. What you say is the truth. Point blank, period. All right? So there's power in naming things. What you repeat, you ritualize. And what you ritualize, you become. Another example of what? Another example of what? I was kind of flowing. I don't remember which. I gave a couple examples of some things, I think. All right. But I'll definitely give another example. What you repeat, you ritualize. And what you ritualize, you become. That's another way of thinking about it. What is repetition? It's a ritual. If you ever think of somebody performing a spell, casting a spell, a bunch of people, you know what I'm saying, dancing around a fire, repeating, chanting, mantras, all these things. What is this? What is the purpose for this? It's ritualizing something. The repetition is ritualizing. This is through all kinds of religions, right? Even Catholics, what do? They pray the rosary. You ever seen the rosary? It's just a bunch of beads. Why do they do this? Why do they do this? Because they understand the power of repetition. They repeat the same prayer over and over and over again. It's the power of repetition. It is simply ritualizing your belief. Ritualizing your belief, all right? So ask yourself, am I casting spells of sovereignty or cycles of survival? Y'all are on it today with the challenges. It's cool. I like that shit. All right, so divine authorship, write the vision and make it flesh. Oh, an example of what you should say, for sure. Because the name of God is I am that I am. And so every time that you explain or define yourself as anything, you invoke the name of I am, right? So anytime you say anything, you are calling God's name. Therefore, you should only speak about yourself in the same way that you should speak about God. So would you call God broke? Then you shouldn't call yourself that. Would you ever call God bad? Then you shouldn't call the circumstance that, right? Because the kingdom is within you and everything is within you. So just a brief rule of thumb. Never call anything what you don't want it to be. Never call anything what you don't want it to be. Rule of thumb. Every word is prophecy, right? So everything that you say is what? You're embodying it. It's being projected from within you as a shadow that we call linear time, right? So your imagination does what? It reaches into the fourth dimension, and that fourth dimension casts a shadow through you, unfolding through you, and you walk through it, and we call this linear time. But everything's happening at once. You're just walking through a shadow. And so every word, every affirmation, every declaration that you make, you're walking into it. You're confronting yourself in every moment. So just speak beautiful things. Speak about what you want. It's all unfolding perfectly. I don't care what the situation looks like. The God within me is perfect, so the situation is always unfolding perfectly. Right? So number 4, divine authorship. Write the vision and make it flesh. Write the vision and make it flesh. Okay? You were never meant to be a character in someone else's story. But this is what we do when we live life unconsciously. We become a character in someone else's story, right? Another example. Somebody has a belief. We say this online all the time, right? Somebody has a limiting belief about women or men. And I've had a negative experience. I had one negative experience, or a couple. Let's say I had a couple. And then when I'm in this state of emotional distress, somebody tells me something, and I take it to heart. Damn, you're right. Women must be like that. Men must be like that, because you experienced 2 of them. You experienced 3 of them. So what they're saying must be true, right? And so now if I just accept that it's truth and I walk through life, my expectation becomes what? It becomes somebody else prophesying over my life. So now I'm unconsciously following the script of somebody else, and I'm just calling it fate. I'm saying this is just how it is. And why I use so many relationship examples is because so many people come into this space because they want relationships. As human beings, we crave relationship. Well, a lot of people do. All right, I'm not gonna say all, can't speak for all people, but a lot of people crave relationship. So we walk through life and we're like, okay, I have to get this person back. But underneath the desire to get that person back, we have all of these bullshit beliefs and expectations about the opposite gender, just these big generalized things. I would say it is better to, even if you want to generalize, right? Let's say that you just can't help yourself, right? You're just down bad. You've been hurt. You just can't break free of it. It would be better for me, instead of thinking all women, all men are like this, it would be better to say, even if most people are like this, there's still somebody for me. That would even be a healthier thought. But too often we just go way to the extremes. We just jump to the extreme. Women these days, men these days, just the extremes, right? And people that go to those extremes, especially with the relationships, right? They have very terrible experiences. Very terrible experiences. Their reality continues to confirm it to them over and over and over and over again. And this can lead to a very sad life, a very sad mindset, a very sad and bitter approach to reality, right? These are the people that you look at and you're like, damn, I don't feel sorry for their ass. Right? I see how reality is confirming your belief, but I just see how bitter you are, right? Nobody can save you except for you. And this is the same way that nobody can save us except for us. So we have to be the ones that if we want something, we have to go and we have to dig out those beliefs. Why am I holding this belief? If reality followed this belief, would I be happy with that reality? If no, then why am I holding on to it? Why am I holding on to that belief if I won't like it? All right. So you were never meant to be a character in someone else's story. You were never meant to be the guinea pig that outpictured someone else's belief. But a lot of people do end up like that. And we hear certain things and then we just start outpicturing, creating a reality based on someone else's beliefs. You don't even want that lifestyle. This is why consciousness and awareness is so important. So important. Because you do not want that lifestyle. Someone told you that, and maybe you were in a vulnerable position. And that's why even in the beginning I said, it really doesn't matter what people have done to you. It doesn't matter what your parents have told you. We have to all get to a point, and I'm not trying to be unsensitive, right? As you know, people just get they get torn up about that because people really want to identify with their victimhood. People love it. It's easy, right? It becomes a personality trait, a badge of honor, right? But what we are saying is it gets to a point that it doesn't matter what happened. You are the one from this point forward who is in full control of your life, right? It would be as if, let me give a mild example. It would be as if somebody hurt me, right? Let's say somebody hurt me. Impossible, but let's say somebody hurt me, all right? And so now I put them on this pedestal and I say, if you understand how they hurt me, now you can understand me more. So I use this person to tell the story of me. Hey, my name's Alex, and this is what I've been through. By the way, this is what's happened to me, so this is why I am the way I am. So I'm dragging this other person in my relationships now. I'm not even myself, right? So this person in front of me, they don't just have to deal with me, they have to deal with me and this other person. And then we will look at other people and be like, hey, come healed, right? This is a quote that everybody's saying, right? Come healed, please heal, right? But other people should accept us for us. So we can't have it both ways. It's double-minded mentality, right? Either we are going to take full control of our life or we're going to allow somebody else to take control over it, right? I'm not saying that those things aren't painful. I'm not saying that at all. Of course they are. There are certain people that have endured some grotesque situations, terrible situations, right? But who we are right now and the future that we are going to experience is all dependent on the identity that we decide to embody from here on out. It is not fun to walk through life and pretend to be a victim to somebody else when you are an absolute creator. You're an absolute creator, okay? So you were never meant to be a character in someone else's story. You are the pen, the page, and the breath that moves across it. To live consciously is to write your own prophecy on purpose. To declare what shall be, even when it's not yet visible. To speak from the I am, not the I hope. To speak from the I am, not the I hope. Let's see here. Here's another quote. Write the vision and make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. Write the vision and make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. So you can call this your subconscious mind, your higher self, the God within you. Write the vision and make it plain. I am this, I am that. This is what I am. I go to the end. This is what it is. Write it plain. Speak it loud. Declare it, so that he may run that readeth it. All right. So assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, Neville Goddard, and then you are a living scroll of divine intention. Oh, that's a bar. So this is not about lying to yourself. It's about aligning with the truth that already lives within you. The prophecy is not waiting to happen. It's waiting for you to speak it awake. The prophecy is not waiting to happen. It's waiting for you to speak it awake. You are the prophecy. Your words are the prophecy. Whatever you want is the prophecy. All right. I know, right? It's crazy when you say something and the weather machine outside just, is in synchronicity with you. Somebody pressed the button on the lightning. And boom, now it is. There it is. And there it is. All right, so find a reflection. Speak as if you are already what you seek. All right? Stop asking the world to reflect what you won't declare. Stop waiting for confirmation before you create. I had to pause right there because I got to let that one simmer. You got to let that one simmer. Oh, here we go again. It's a beautiful night, all right? Stop waiting for confirmation before you create. I'm in good old Dallas, All right, your life is not responding to your desires. It is responding to your declarations. Let's talk about this. Let's go back to this story of Neville and Abdullah, right? I've said this in the last 5-6 discussions we've talked about Neville and Abdullah, right? So what actually happened, right? Neville had a desire, I want to go to Barbados. But he ain't know how to get there. No money, right? In the time, I think it was the Depression at the time. So then what does he do? He goes up to his spiritual teacher, Abdullah. He gives him this desire. Hey, man, this is what I want to do. I want to go here. I don't know how I'm going to get there. I want to go there, right? And what does Abdullah do? Abdullah knows the spiritual truth. The moment you have a desire, the only thing that you have to do is accept it. What does that mean? How do I accept it, Alex? Go to the end. So Abdullah simply says, okay, you're in Barbados. That was it. You're in Barbados. Alex, I just want this person. Okay, you have them. You got them. You got them. All right? So time passes, nothing happens. Right? I think it was damn near 2 months pass. Right? And nothing happens. And so then he goes back to Abdullah, his mentor, and he's kind of laying out the situation. I don't have money. I don't know what's going to happen, yada, yada, yada. And Neville didn't know, right? He didn't know about the process the whole time. So he was a little confused the first time. So the next time he brings it up, Abdullah reminded him of the truth. So I want you to keep in mind, though, in that like 2 months, whatever the case may be, whatever that time period was, keep in mind, he wasn't Indian. Abdullah was, but he was just trying to put him on a lesson. So he did all this to get there, but nothing had been happening. So he goes back to Abdullah, hey, this is what's going on. Still don't have it, yada, yada. This is how I'm going to get there. And Abdullah says, how are you telling me? How can you try to figure out? How can you tell me how you are going to get there when you are already in Barbados? Right. I think he slammed the door in his face on this one. All right. So, okay, now it clicked a little bit for Neville. I'm already in Barbados. So he said every time he went to sleep, he slept as if he was in Barbados. Laid in his bed, he assumed that he was there. He went to the end. And so then his brother hit him up, and his brother gave him the ticket. Like, I'm going to pay for you to come out here for something like that. All right. And I'm probably butchering this story, but the point remains the same. Okay, you can read it if you want, but the point remains the same. So he goes back to Abdullah and he's like, okay, I got this ticket and I'm gonna be first class for half the way, but then I'm gonna have to ride coach the second half, right? Unless somebody, cancels out. And Abdullah, all of a sudden, right? This is how conscious he was in knowing whether you believe Abdullah is a real person or not, or a spirit guide or whatever. The interesting thing about this is that anytime he noticed that Neville had a desire, he immediately went to the end for him. So at first, Neville's talking about how he wants to get to Barbados. Abdullah goes straight to the end, you're in there. And then the moment he starts talking about the first class and he gives the impression he wants to go first class, what does Abdullah say? You're in Barbados already and you went first class. Straight to the end. No bullshit, no explaining. I'm not negotiating with terrorists, right? That's the opposing thoughts. We don't negotiate with terrorists. And of course, it all worked out where Neville went there first class, right? But it's a beautiful, 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 beautiful story about going to the end. It's the pure definition of going to the end, staying in the end. What do you mean it's not working? How can you tell me it's not working? You're already there. You already have it. How can you tell me you've been manifesting, you've been affirming, you've been visualizing for this amount of time, and you don't know what to do next? And how do you know that? It already happened. It's already done. Go to the end and stay there. And then simply make the assumption that everything is working out for you. It's all unfolding for you, no matter what you see. All movement is good. If you really are struggling with the whole movement in the middle part, then simply make the declaration that anything that is quote unquote opposite is reminding you of who you used to be. So you can get fulfillment in knowing that that is just a part of you fading away. And anything that I guess you judge as looking right can be for you. But the truth is that all movement is good movement. All movement is movement. From where you were to where you're trying to go, things have to shift. So every shift is positive. Okay? Every shift is positive. Cool. So, all right. So you can either speak the old prophecy again, right? You can either speak the old prophecy again or become the voice of something the world has never heard. Genesis 1:3, let there be light. Damn, it ain't worked that time. All right. So Romans 4:17, call those things which be not as though they were. Call those things which be not as though they were. Blessed is he who believes before he sees. Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be. Whatsoever you ask shall be given to you, right? It's the same thing. Assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. All the same thing, right? Just a little different way to slice it up. All right. And then here's another quote. The moment you commit, the universe conspires to support you. The moment you commit. If you don't have what you want, have you committed yet? Have you committed? Have you committed yet? Cool, cool. All right. So speak, not timidly, not like someone asking for permission, but like one who remembers. Like one who remembers. I am the mouthpiece of the Most High. I don't just have a future, I prophesy it, and then I become it. It's a very powerful affirmation. I am the mouthpiece of the Most High. I don't just have a future, I prophesy. I don't just have a future. I am the one speaking prophecy, and then I become it. All right? So now we got a couple of affirmations, and I'll do questions. All right, got a couple of affirmations, and I'll do questions. All right, so y'all, we got how many? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 beautiful affirmations. Gonna sit back, relax, and enjoy these. Okay? And remember, you already are these affirmations. And so all of this document, right, and FYI, right, I haven't said this in a while. I should be saying this every video. So I apologize if you've wanted these documents. All of these documents, okay, every live stream that I do, it's all on the YouTube. The link to the YouTube is in the bio of all the social medias. There's a link tree with the YouTube. And in every YouTube video, I put the document up there, all the affirmations, all the notes, so you can always use it. You can download it. You can do whatever. You can get whatever you want out of it. But they're all on the YouTube channel. All right? So here are the affirmations, okay? Number 1. All right, I speak with the authority of God. My tongue does not curse, it creates. My words do not react, they resurrect. Number 2, I call abundance into every aspect of my life, not from desperation, but from dominion. What I say, I see. What I believe is. What I say, I see. What I believe is. What about belief? Isn't that a feeling? It's a statement, right? Next up. But I still got some more, right? Every cell in my body is listening to the language of my spirit. I speak vitality, youth, strength, and radiant health into being. Feel that one. All right, now we're going to really get into it, bro. We get these last 3. Let's really get into it. I am the prophet over my life. It will unfold in miracles. I am led, kept, and empowered by divine wisdom. I feel a certain way saying that one. Let's say that one more time. Okay, one more time. I am the prophet over my life. It will unfold in miracles. I am led, kept, and empowered by divine wisdom. Remember, when we talk about scripture, there's no time in the realm of God. Right? There's no time. Everything is unfolding right now in the realm of the Most High, in the realm of the divine. Right? Even the 1 human year is 1,000-fold in God. It's an understatement. It's an understatement. Right? So whenever we hear the word will in scripture, will is not a statement of time. It will happen in the future. Will is a declaration of certainty. So even when scripture says things like asking, you will receive. Will is not meaning you will in the future. It is you will with certainty. You will with certainty. Okay? The next one. I am the mouthpiece of heaven on earth. When I speak, the earth rearranges itself to match the voice of God within me. Bar, okay? I am the mouthpiece of heaven on earth. When I speak, the earth rearranges itself to match the voice of God in me. Cool. And then last but certainly not least, my life bends toward the highest timeline every time I speak with conviction, gratitude, and unwavering trust in the divine. Beautiful. Beautiful. When I speak, the earth rearranges itself to match the voice of God in me. All right. One more time. My life bends toward the highest timeline every time I speak with conviction, gratitude, and unwavering trust in the divine. Unwavering trust in the divine. Go. So know that you are already these. You're not becoming these. You are already all of these affirmations by birthright. You were given the means. You were given the inherent worthiness, the inherent love before you were born. Everything that you desire is already yours. It will be given to you. When you have a desire, claim it. Go to the end and claim it and stay there. Go to the end and stay there. Okay? Go to the end and stay there. All right. 20%. We got 20% battery. We can go until it dies, man. What kind of questions do y'all have? What do y'all want to talk about? Appreciate it. Unwavering. Don't remember. But I'm sure it was something about unwavering faith. Or maybe it was unwavering trust. My bad. It's the affirmation. I'll say that last one more time. My life bends toward the highest timeline every time I speak with conviction, gratitude, and unwavering trust in the divine. My bad. Unwavering trust in the divine. And absolutely, I could talk about self-concept. I guess let me just go on a little rant for a second about self-concept. Self-concept, at its core, is what your reality closely follows. That's a concession. That's not even all the way accurate. Self-concept is reality. Point blank, period, right? Self-concept is reality. Who you are aware of being, that is going to be the key. That is the number one thing that determines what is going to unfold in your life. And self-concept pertains to everything. How you relate to the world, how you believe people relate to you, how you think people view you, how you feel that the opposite gender relationships work, how you believe money flows to you. That's all self-concept, right? Now remember, when I talk about self-concept, I like to eliminate all of the, etc., right? I like to eliminate all of the extra and just go straight to the core. I am that I am. I am God. And knowing that I am God, all attributes of the Creator are what? They're inherently mine. So we can think of self-concept from two different perspectives, right? You have self-concept, which is your inherent worthiness. Because you are a child of the Most High, because you are God, God is you, y'all are inseparable. You have all attributes of the Creator. All of them. Don't argue for your limitations. You have every single aspect of the Creator. Now, the other side of this is kind of the self-work that we do in the world, right? While we're going through life, things show up. And because things show up that show us we could do some work, right? We do that. Now, why do we do that? We do that to have a greater sense of well-being, to have a better existence, right? To be healthier or to be better at communicating, to increase certain skills, okay? But that is not self-concept. That's not your actual inherent worth, your inherent worthiness, okay? So for instance, We talked about the 5 levels of creation, right? Number 1 being the I use people to get things. Number 2 being my identity is who I am, like how the world defines me is who I am, right? My job, my societal status. Number 3 is I heal to be worthy. I strive to be worthy, right? And that's where we find the people that are addicted to things like therapy or healing, because healing is very addictive. It's a black hole. Because of the vastness and the infiniteness of you, you're always going to feel like you have something to heal. But that's because every version of you exists within you. So because you can only see life from one version at a time, sometimes you'll naturally feel lack. It's just a natural thing, right? But the more that we dive down this path of healing, the more things that we will find to heal. The problem, right? The problem isn't in the healing. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. The problem is never in the healing. The problem is when we believe that the healing and the self-work puts us in more alignment with our desires. When we confuse that personal development with manifesting, 2 completely different ball games. So you do that work to have a better quality of life, but understand that the moment you have a desire, you go straight to the end and you have it. Now let's get into I had to put that out there before we go directly into self-concept, right? What you'll often see is your self-concept is going to show up when you're manifesting, because this journey is going to be very, very enlightening. When you have a desire, what's going to happen is naturally your generalized beliefs are going to show up, right? Your generalized beliefs are going to actually show up to confront you. Oh, the blinds are open. If you're talking about that, that's a pillar. That's a pillar behind me, but the blinds are all open. It's a corner, so I have windows on this side and on that side, but it's covered by it extends that way, but it's covered by that pillar. Like, so when it comes to self-concept, all right, so let's say that you want a certain person, all right? You want this woman in your life, or you want this man in your life. Now, what actually happens is that you're going to say, okay, let me start affirming, or let me start embodying the person that has them. Let me start believing that they're going to come back. Now, what will typically happen if you have a weak self-concept is they'll come back, and then because you still have some old stories that you're running on, you could end up just losing them, right? So they showed up in your life, and because you still had the belief that women do things a certain way or men do things a certain way, what happens is your beliefs have to be outpictured. Those quote-unquote delusions are really your expectations, and they have to be met by reality. They have to be confirmed by reality. So what you'll see is it's never about the thing that you want. It is always about you. When we make it about the thing that we want, it's like we're saying, okay, when I have this person come back, then I'll be whole, then I'll be happy. This is why I say, if you've been having trouble getting something specific, go general. Make it about you, because it's always about you. It's not about what you're doing. It's about who you are being, who you are remembering yourself to be. So it would make no sense for me to be trying to get some woman to come into my life if my core belief about women was that they don't want to commit, they all promiscuous, they can't be trusted. Then my core beliefs are against what I want from this person. It makes no sense. I'm a double-minded man. I'm unstable. And also, even when we go a different way, because these spiritual teachers, they're saying things in all these different ways. When I'm making it about other people, I'm making them a false idol. So self-concept is important in the sense that you want to put yourself at the center of your universe. Remind yourself that you are the center of reality. You are not trying to get them to come back. You can't change that person. They're who they are. But by changing you, a different version of them steps forward. So who they are right now, you're not changing them. Take your awareness off of them. That version of them is there. You don't even want that version of them. Go to who you are being and allow that new version of them to step forward. Make it about you, all right? Here's another question that can help you with it, okay? If you had the thing that you wanted, how do you want to feel about it? Surely you don't just want to get this person. How do you want to feel about it? So one thing is, okay, I get this thing or I get this money, but how do you actually want to feel about it? Who are you when you have that thing? Are you going to be the same person like you had her before, you had him before? Well, then you're going to lose him again. So who are you going to be when you have him? Go to the end. Go to the end. Who cares about them? Make it about you. Once you make it about you, you can select whoever you want and they'll come forward. But making it about that person is simply making a false idol out of them. That's it. Making it about that other person is simply making a false idol out of them. Making it about them. They're the center of the universe and you are simply a part of their creation. It makes no sense. And this is why, I'll tell you, man, you want to get the things that you want. Don't make it about that thing, that person, right? That event. Always make it about you. Always make it about you. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps. Right? Even that statement, right? Don't make it about the account. Make it about you. Who are you in terms of how you relate to the cash, how you relate to the money? I mean, you're the type of person that can get whatever you want. That's how you make it about yourself. You don't focus on the specific vehicle. You can focus on the specific vehicle, right? But make it about you. What if your taste change? What if you get it and you want another one? You are the type of person who can get whatever you want. Go general. Make it about an overall life. Make it about an overall life, right? When I say I can get whatever I want, not only does that impact the car, what else does it impact? I can get whatever I want. It impacts everything. Everything. It impacts if I need some new gear. You know what I'm saying? If I need a new computer. If all of a sudden I want to do something for my family. Now because I have become the person, or I am the person that can always get what I want, this makes a much better experience, right? You are here to have it all. Remember, you want it all. You deserve it all. You don't just deserve that one thing. You would be surprised at how many times I'll talk to somebody, I'll talk to a client, and they really want some person. And once we get to working and we kind of get through their self-concept, they come to the realization that, oh shit, that person finally came back, but by the time they came back, I didn't even want them anymore, and now I want this other person. And they came right in, and boom, that's a wrap. That's a wrap. When you make it general, understand, when you're making it general, you are proving, you are making the declaration that this is your reality. This is your reality. Yeah, I'll end that one right there. It is your reality. I'll end that one right there. All right. Hopefully that was clear. Hopefully that was clear. Make it about you, because it always is about you. Remember, it's never about them. Forget them. You're gonna have different versions of that person or that thing every time you look at it. Different version of your bank account, it's a different version of everything. You might even walk in, it's a different version of that car, and this version of it, the engine don't start. Make it about you. You don't just want that. You don't just want the car, right? You want the effortless life to have the car and anything else you want. You want the money flowing to you, so even if something happens to it, you have something else to jump into. You can afford to go and put that in the shop and do whatever you have to do and not worry about it, because you understand who you are. You are the overwhelming current of the prosperity of the Most High. You are the overwhelming, engulfing, massive current, the infinite flow of the abundance of source. That is what you are. Make it about you. Make it about you. And because you make it about you, now you can have whatever you want. Now you can have whatever you want. You can have whatever you like T.I. said, right? You can have whatever you like. What What else y'all got, man? On this beautiful Saturday. Reminder, right? This is the difference. And I'm going to say this in a more pointed way. Because we all family here. I'm going to say this in a more pointed way to you. You should make it general. You should make everything general. Why? Because that's the difference between wanting something out of lack and wanting something out of love. Right? It's always interesting because I always thoroughly enjoy the one-on-ones that I have with y'all, because it's beautiful to see what you want and then immediately go to seeing you with it, and then rejecting any thought that you have that makes the declaration that you don't have that thing. And it's always so beautiful to watch your minds just open up to, oh shit, you're right, and watch these things click. Here's the thing. I talk to more people than I'll admit that have come to me about a single person, and they come to me from this perspective of lack, right? I just love this person, and I know they think about me, but they just, all these issues, and they don't want to be with me now, but I know in their heart, and in my heart, I really want to be with them. And I'm just like, look, that's not love. You don't love them at all. You're lacking them. Everything that you say is based on pure lack. You don't want them for the love of the game. You lack them. And so you're coming in this space to try to get them. And this is a clear indicator that you need to make this shit about you. It's not about them. Are you desiring what you're desiring out of lack? Just searching around, scrambling for the next technique? The next way to affirm, the next way to visualize, the next moon ritual? Or are you going to understand that it is about you? Your self-concept is the game. Let's talk about this from a very practical perspective for a second. We all know people. They might not be the best looking. You might not deem them to be the best looking. They have no problem getting the opposite gender. Or the same, if that's what they prefer. They have no problem. Why? I got a few homeboys that we crack on that they have no problem. Why? What is it about them? It's because their perspective creates their reality. And if I walk around knowing that I have no problem with women, guess what's going to be made manifest? I'm going to have no problems. You could have a twin brother. I could have a twin brother. All right? We look the exact same. We go to the same places. We live in the same house. We are roommates, right? And I can walk out. We can go out tonight. We can go to the club tonight. We can go to the bar tonight. And in my mind, man, these women ain't shit. In his mind, these women can't get enough of him. We're twins. The same places. We're going to be in completely different realities when we get to those places. We like to make all these excuses. Oh, it's because he's tall. It's because he looks like this. It's because he does. No, it's because he believes in himself. She has better luck with men because she sees herself as somebody that has nothing but fulfilling relationships with men. You would be surprised at how an attractive woman, extremely attractive woman with a low self-concept, just all of a sudden they struggle with men. But there's some women that walk around and they know for a fact, they'll tell you straight up, man, every man that I deal with, they will break their back for me. And guess what? They continuously will. It is a pure mindset. Pure mindset. Everything is mental. This game is mental more than you think. And we walk around saying, oh, this person just has it because of this. Or making excuses for everybody. Just giving our power away. Just limiting our reality. Oh, it's because he's this. It's because he's that. It's because he's this. Oh, he has it easy. All you are doing is affirming for your own shitty experiences. That's it. This is a mental game. You can have who you want. You can live where you want. You can drive what you want. You can be exactly who you want. In my Father's house are many mansions. In the temple of God that is you is every perspective. The mansions in the Father's house is you. In my Father's house are many mansions. The mansions are different dimensions. A dimension is a perspective. Anytime you switch perspectives, you are switching a dimension. They're all within you. You don't have to ask for permission because you already had the keys. You already have dominion. The only thing that you need to do to get the life that you want is slip on a new perspective. How? Say the word. Just say it. Lord, I'm not worthy to receive, but only say the word. The word, what is the word? I am. Whatever you say, I am. That's what it is. And I'll constantly go over it. What if I don't believe it? Well, I am the truth. So it doesn't matter what is believing. It's simply a statement. We read it earlier, right? Whatever Google said, right? This is a statement. It is a statement. The scripture clearly says this, I am the truth. Invoke that different fragment of the archangel, right? I am the truth. What if I don't know the way? I am the way. Because you don't have to learn. You don't have to know the way. That's not your job. Your job is simply to sit your divine ass down and say the word and let it all unfold absolutely beautifully. Let it all unfold absolutely beautifully for you. You are all that there is. You are infinite power. You don't even understand your power. You don't even understand it. Every version of you lives within you right now. You are a multi-dimensional being living multiple lifetimes in multiple. Your words speak life into universes. Your words speak life into galaxies. Your words move mountains, move people. Every time that you declare something, every soul walking this earth, that was beautiful. Every soul walking this earth immediately bends to your will. You don't have to feel it. What is feeling? What is feeling? What does feeling do? Exactly. But I'm still going to say it. I'm still going to say it. That I don't feel it. I am the truth. It doesn't matter what you feel. The heart is deceitful above all. Who can know it? Who can know it? You ever seen a heartbroken person? A heartbroken person is a dangerous person because the heart is deceitful above all. Who can know it? Your feelings are just effects. They're just telling you where your limiting beliefs are. That's it. Ignore your feelings. Who are you through your feelings? Are your feelings going to give you an excuse to tell the wrong story? Or are the circumstances going to give you an excuse to tell the wrong story? Or is your divine God as going to actually speak the truth of who you are? Just speak the truth. That's all you have to do is tell the truth. Just don't be a liar. Don't be a liar to your reality. Stop declaring that you are anything less than absolute divinity, absolute love, absolute worthiness. You are all that there is. All that there is. All that there is. That's it. You're all that there is. All right, what else? What other questions y'all got? What other questions y'all got, man? I had to go get my measurements today because my cousin's getting married at the end of August 1st, so I went and got my measurements. Man, you know that Men's Warehouse charges $10 to get your measurements now? It's like, damn, $10, bro? I mean, I'm going to pay this shit because I'm prosperity, but goddamn, this shit has always been free. Would I have to keep telling that truth for the rest of my life, or once it's solid, once it solidifies, I could move on? You already know what I'm going to say. This is part of the lie of the reprogramming the subconscious. A lot of people use that reprogramming the subconscious as a cop out. Not everything. Not everything. My life is extremely, extremely free, extremely discounted. I get lots of free things in my life. You know what I'm saying? So this is one of the traps of believing that you reprogram your subconscious mind, is that a lot of people believe, okay, because I have this limiting belief, and because my life has been this way, just say it. Say that you have a free life, and then you have it. A lot of people will say, okay, because I've had these beliefs and my life has been this way, now if I just do a whole bunch of affirmations, you just say a whole bunch of shit. If I just say a whole bunch of shit, now all of a sudden I can go back unconscious and now my life will just be better. You know what I call this? I call this spiritual laziness. Spiritual laziness. The point of being conscious is being conscious. The point of being conscious is to be conscious, is to be aware, is to always be creating. So you're going to either be conscious and tell the new story of who you are, because you're new in every moment. Think about that. You are new in every moment. So you're going to either be conscious from here on out and be new in every moment and tell the story of what you want, or you're going to go back unconscious and you're going to let other people's thoughts seep in. You're just going to be driving and all of a sudden you let your mind wander, and it's whatever the news told you, that becomes your reality. Whatever your friends told you, you start daydreaming about it, that becomes your reality. To be in control, stay conscious. You don't come in this game, right? This isn't some 6-month game of trying to, get everything that you want and then going back to the old version of you. This is a full identity shift. This is who you are now. From this point forward, this is who you are now. You're no longer somebody who is a victim, who's a passerby. You're not riding passenger princess in your life anymore. You are in the driver's seat. You are the absolute author from this point forward. Now, whatever you want to do with that dude when you get him, you can be the passenger princess there. But right now, you are the driver. You are the absolute driver from this point forward. How can you maintain wiring and the new stuff? You maintain the wiring one moment at a time. One moment at a time. The only thing that matters is what I'm believing right now. And now the only thing that matters is what I'm believing right now. And then the only thing that matters is what I'm believing right now. It's just a moment-to-moment decision. This is what consciousness is, right? Think about consciousness. Consciousness is awareness. There are going to be certain things that are going to become easy, right? You're going to do this for an extended period of time, and there will be things that get easier. But you're still going to have to be conscious to not let all this outside noise seep in. All the outside thoughts seep in. You still have to be conscious to do that. Yes, it will get easier. Absolutely, it will get easier. It's like going to work out. If you ain't never lifted a weight before, the first time you go try to curl, a weight, you are going to struggle. You're going to struggle. You're going to be sore as shit the next day. The first time you try to run a marathon, a good 3 miles, a 5K, your lungs will feel like they're burning. But the more you do it, the better you get, the stronger you get. There's nothing different than lifting weights. You're implementing this discipline in your life. The next day, maybe you start it right now. And tomorrow you're conscious only 2 hours. That's better than 0. Then the next day you're only conscious an hour. Okay, still better than 0. You still stayed in it. Okay, the next day you're conscious 5 hours out of the day. Okay, cool. Next day 4. Next day 1. Next day 7, right? This is a path of continuous development. That's what it is. It's a path of development. It's you versus you every day, every moment for the rest of your life, right? It's been, and it has to be that way. Because what is the alternative? The alternative is you just go back to sleep and whatever somebody tells you, You just accept it. Whatever your feelings tell you, you just accept it. Whatever the external world tells you, you just accept it. You go back. And that's why, see, and why I say that is because that's why a lot of people will still struggle to get what they want, because they believe consciousness is information. Knowledge is information. Wisdom is information, right? Not even that, right? Knowledge or wisdom is applied knowledge. But it's not good enough just to get the information and be unconscious. You have to do the work. Faith without works is dead, right? What is the work? The work is up here. The work is purely mental work. So we have to be the ones that move forward in our life, right? And continue to give us the desires that we want. Let me plug my phone in. So as y'all know, right? So today I went to Whole Foods, right? I don't eat meat, right? So I was going and getting some. What I'll do is like I'll make meat out of I used to use walnuts. Right? And what I would do is I would grind up the walnuts. I would put them in a blender. I would soak them overnight, and then I would mix them with mushrooms, like a portobello or like a whatever kind of mushroom you want. Right? And then I would chop both of them up, and you can season them like meat, and then you can make like, lettuce wraps. You can use it as a meat substitute, perhaps, however you want. So I moved to cashews. Cashews are delicious, right? Cashews, it grows off of fruit in a tree. Did anybody know that a cashew grows off of a fruit in a tree? Really, really pretty cool. But anyways, there were no cashews, okay? So I'm about to try pistachios tomorrow. So I'm gonna see how pistachios work out. Never really used pistachios to make, meat, but it is what it is. If I don't like it, I just won't eat them. What other questions y'all got? So you can make burgers, right? So what I'll typically do is I'll just keep them. So I put them in like a mason jar, and I'll soak them, and then I will grind them. So I won't season them at first, but I'll grind them down to the consistency of what I want. So let's say I want to use it for like a patty for something. Then I'll put it in a more fine blender, and I'll make it damn near mush and season it up like a burger or something like that. But if I don't want it that fine, typically if I make like lettuce, like I'm gonna make lettuce wraps tomorrow. If I make lettuce wraps, I use the romaine hearts, and I don't really grind them down too finely. Yeah. Walnuts, they go hard, right? Walnuts, but I do like cashews. But yeah, you can make burgers. I don't know if I would do walnuts with burgers, right? But like if you blend it, if I take cashews, probably some portobellos, put some garlic in there, some cilantro. Then you can still, chop up peppers and put that in the burger. You can still do a whole bunch of interesting things with it. But has anybody ever tried pistachios? I never have. I was like, okay, well, I don't want to do walnuts again because I just wanted something new. I wanted to try something new. Let me see if I can try pistachios. So I'm going to see how it works out. Oh, the ice cream. Hey, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, walnuts are harsh. That's what it is. I used to do tofu. I did tofu when I was first transitioning. I did tofu, but I stopped. Yeah, walnuts, chickpeas. Yeah, I just stopped doing tofu because of the soy. No, I don't eat fish. I don't eat fish. If it used to be alive, I don't touch it. If it was alive, I don't touch it. And but I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes some of the there's a really badass restaurant out here in Dallas. It's called Vegan Food House, and I go there a lot more often than I like to admit. Their food is so damn good, right? Matter of fact, cause my homeboy, he's plant-based too. We do business, and the last time he flew in, he came in from China, and he stayed over here. And the first thing he said was like, "Hey, bro, let's go there." So we went out there and we ordered a whole bunch of things. They have like they use a lot of mushrooms. They use a lot of jackfruit. And we got like a platter of jackfruit tacos. We got fried oysters or fried oyster mushrooms. We got fried lion's mane mushrooms. We had like pictures of margaritas there. Bro, we got it in, but it is really good. Mushroom, for sure. So, yes, plants are considered alive. They absolutely are. They absolutely are. Good point. Good point. You got me. Plants are definitely alive. But so if you ever in Dallas, Vegan Food House is a cool spot. Drinks are good too. You know, I ain't giving up alcohol. But I didn't have trouble transitioning. Honestly, so I went plant-based and then I went off of it. The first time I did vegan, is because I honestly just made a decision one day. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna stop eating meat. I just felt a calling to do so, and boom, I did it. But even then, what is very interesting is once you get into it, you'll start seeing like the plant-based substitutes and shit, like the Beyond Meat. It says it's plant-based, you know, it's actually a chemical plant. But I was eating that at first, and so I don't know. I was losing a lot of weight, and I was getting more in shape, but I can't really say that I was feeling. I was still feeling better, but I was eating that shit more than I needed. And I got to the point where I was just like, dude, if I'm eating this, I might as well just be eating meat. And so I went back on meat, but it was starting to get sick when I was doing it. And then I just eventually decided to go off of it. And so I went pure raw for a while after that. And now I'm not raw, but I am pretty plant-based. Right. But I don't eat any of the processed substitutes. I don't fool with them. There's so many ingredients in them, right? So many. It's like eating toothpaste or some shit, bro. So many ingredients in it. But and I've never had Dominican. Have I had I probably have had Dominican food. What is an example? What is Dominican food? What is Dominican food? Yeah, you know I'm Nigerian, so sometimes it is difficult to stay plant-based. And I have let this secret out that I do cheat every once in a while. I cheat every once in a while with my native food, with some Nigerian food. So I can't help it. Well, I can help it. I just don't want to help it. So, but it, that's my vice. That's my vice. So that happens every once in a while, right? So I haven't had meat this year, but I already know when I go to my cousin's wedding. I already know how it's about to go down when I go to my cousin's wedding. Right, that jollof, bro. And so, and I haven't cooked any Nigerian food in a while, but typically, if I eat it, I'll cook it, right? Some jollof, some egusi soup, some ogbono. Don't get my mouth watering right now. I agree. I think Nigerian food is easy to be plant-based, but do I want to do that yet? You know, so I have made it without meat before, but you know it was alright. It got the job done, especially things like jollof. I can easily make jollof and eat that. That's cool. And do my own thing, but when it comes to like the stews, when it comes to fufu, otara, right, then it becomes a little bit more a little bit more challenging for me to not drop that bucket of drumsticks in that stove. Right? Yeah, for sure. I agree. That's the after starting to read about it, I was like, you know what? I might as well be eating meat. Matter of fact, it would probably be better for me to eat meat than to eat that processed substitutes. Because I'm like, oh, I'm vegan, but I'm still making burgers with plant substitutes, right? It's like, you know, which one is healthier? It's up for debate, but you definitely can make an argument that processed shit. Anything that's processed, you can always say, you know, is a human really supposed to eat processed shit? Because always understand that food has a vibration as well, right? So it's a difference between a human making the food, like a human that loves you, and me making the food for myself, versus a chemical plant, like a processing factory making the food, right? This is why those foods make you sick more often. They change you. They change your emotions. They change your genetic makeup as a whole because there's not a soul making it, right? Food is probably the closest that we get to spell casting in this day and age. If you think about how your grandmother or your mother makes food, they can make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for you right now. You can copy them step by step, moment by moment, exact same process, measure it out the same way. Their shit's gonna taste better. Why? Because they're pouring that love that they have for their child in it. They are pouring the love they have for their child in it, right? So when we think of spell casting, food is a way that we cast spells. Like if you think of somebody making a spell, you're gonna think of them putting in different substances and fire and spices and sugar and spice and everything nice, make the powder puff girls, right? Same way that you make food. When you make food, you chopping up meat, chopping up vegetables, chopping up noodles or whatever, adding spices, putting your love in it, right? So the spell is not even about the actual process. It's about the intention, right? Where the process becomes a vehicle for the intention. So think about that in terms of food. Think about that in terms of food. So if what you're doing is the vehicle for your intention, if you're not pouring love in that food, imagine somebody making your food and they pissed off. Even worse, they pissed off at your ass. Somebody making, so it is important, right? And of course, sometimes, people just make our food, right? But it's just something to pay attention to. Is how often are you allowing other people to cook for you, do things like that for you? And who are you allowing to cook for you? And then you can't control it in certain things, right? Like if I go right now and I get a granola bar that has 87 ingredients in it, I don't know who was in it. I don't know what machines did it, right? So all of those things carry their own frequency and they change you. So nothing to be scared about, right? It's just something to pay attention to. I'm always mindful of those things, but I don't go so far as to, and I say those things purely from an educational perspective. You're not gonna hear me preaching to just eliminate everything, because also, there's other nuances to food and to things that we put in our body, blood type, even race, genetically, right? If you're a melanated being, carbon being, an African being, or so-called African American, right? Whatever that means, then you have more cells than someone else, right? We have 3 times as many cells as a non-melanated person. We have smaller or shorter digestive tracts. We are different. So, but then again, even when I say that, I also want to state that we are in the year 2020 something, 2025, 2026. We are in the year. Oh, God, don't look at my text. All right, we are. Damn, I haven't been live on Instagram this whole time. Oh, well, forget it. All right, so we are in this year of whatever. And at this point in the history of humanity, how many people are purely one race? All right? So we also have to take that into consideration, that I don't know. Things aren't as straightforward as they seem. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Is there a difference between saying I am loved and I am loved? Nah, unless you believe there's a difference. Keep in mind, you make the rules. You make the rules. So do you believe there's a difference? What is the difference in the meaning for you? How do you define the difference? Does one seem more meaningful to you than the other? Then go with that one. But you make the rules. You make the rules. But I really am pushing y'all to get to the point where you absolutely know that you don't identify with anything that is not in direct alignment with what you want. You allow yourself to live life freely without micromanaging the nuances of words like that. And you purely walk through life understanding that because I am source, everything unfolds for me perfectly. And I simply have to make the declaration of who I am once. And I simply need to embody what I want and allow it to unfold from within me, no matter what. Embodying that. So I constantly preach that no matter what so much, because it's such a profound statement. It is that when you get to the point where you can lay these processes aside, and instead of making this conditional about this or about that or about this kind of statement, or make it about just who you're being. If I am reality and I am God, there's no such thing as lack. There's no such thing as unfulfillment in my life. Everything is drawn to me like a magnet because everything is me. I might go tomorrow to this spot in Richardson called Fusion Vibes. It's a Nigerian restaurant. I might break some rules tomorrow just because we had this conversation. So we got this spot, it's called Fusion Vibes. It's in Nigeria, or it's in Richardson. It's an African spot, and they have so it's a restaurant during the day, and then at night they got another side that turns into a bar and club. It's fire. Oh, it's tomorrow, Saturday or Sunday? No, tomorrow's Sunday. I ain't gonna go tomorrow. But get to the point where you understand the truth. You are all that there is. You are source. You are the divine. You are the most high made incarnate. You are absolutely perfect. You are already in alignment with what you want. And you no longer have to micromanage your life. You can do what you want. And and really moving forward, that's what a lot of these discussions are gonna be. You know, after we get through this, right now we're kind of going through some old discussions. You should kind of hit them from different perspectives. But right after this, probably in the next 2 or 3, we're going to go back to the manifesting with the least amount of effort, really stepping into your God design, getting into that level 5 of creation, not micromanaging the process, but understanding who you are, right? I am all that there is. Because I don't want you can micromanage the process, but I truly want you to get to a point, all of you. And I see you already all at this point where you are just purely enjoying life and you're not micromanaging, everything that you see and your thoughts, and you're allowing everything to unfold perfectly. You're declaring that is what it is. No attachment, just purely allowing things to blossom in the garden of your life. I appreciate you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm eternally grateful for all of y'all. I'm eternally grateful for you as well. Thank you. And I'm eternally grateful for this space that we're creating, right? It's reading some of your kind of testimonies in the DMs and your engagement on these lives, Came into this like it didn't matter if anybody was gonna jump on. I was just, if one person heard it, that's cool. But, it's just turned into a really cool space. Right? I didn't expect that I would get to the point where I know y'all, I recognize y'all, but it's I love it. I love it. It's definitely a fun part of the day is to come on and chop it up with y'all. So I appreciate that. Truly, sincerely appreciate it. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are all important to me now, man. I see all of you as absolute perfection. Right? Absolute perfection. So let's see. Anything else that y'all want to talk about? Any other questions? Today we talked about words and prophecy and over our life. We talked about what else we talked? We talked about self-concept. I know I went off on a little rant in the middle about becoming the main character. That's been a big thing, like main character energy. And I think another thing that I want to stress before I kind of go back to the comments, another thing that I want to stress is the arguing for limitations, right? Clinging to limitations. What often happens, right, is there's so many different beliefs. Okay? I'm going to be open-minded but very pointed in what I say. Going through life, we're gonna always meet people with different beliefs, right? And even to get to this point, understand that the message that I am speaking, right, is not a message of, I would say it's not a message of the majority. And it is a message that can be intellectually challenging, not because of its complexity, but because of its simplicity. And it does take, in my opinion, it takes a very special person to be able to grasp these concepts, which I see all of you as, right? One of the reasons why I don't really debate when it comes to history, okay, is because I don't want to derail the point of these messages, what we're trying to get, okay? What we are trying to do here is we are trying to get off of these and go enjoy and create the life of our dreams. Have the relationships that we want with family, with friends, with loved ones in general. Have the money that you want. Have the experiences that you want. Right? Drive what you want. Live where you want in the fullness of your ability. And knowing that, is there really any, okay, so knowing that the central message of this is that you are the one who creates your realities, and you are either going to be conscious, and create your own reality, or be unconscious and allow someone else to create it. So while it may be cute or fun to debate someone or to go back and forth about, whether their belief is right or yours is right, in the end, what actually matters is what you accept as your truth. So I want to also make the challenge, because some of the conversations I've had recently have been around, well, this person says I should do it like this. This person says I should do it like that. Even if you catch me saying something that makes you feel limited, you should be challenging that. The only person who can define your limitations is you. That's it. I might say something that you're like, oh shit, no, I don't have to be like that. I can do it simpler. Someone else might say something, you're like, oh no, I don't have to do it like that. It can be simpler. You are the creator. So all of these concepts, all of these teachings, it is just to give you a framework. It's just to give you a framework. This is why I say the same thing from so many different perspectives. It's to give you a framework. And once you find something that you're like, okay, this is the framework I'm going to use that, make the life of your dreams, and enjoy that shit. Milk it for every drop. But it makes no sense for us to debate over small little details When you can simply, if you don't want to carry it, just drop it. And that is where a lot of even the one-on work is. It's in not in getting you to buy into new things, but you already know how to do this. You all know exactly how to do this. You've been doing it your whole life. Now understand, I don't say a lot of things from a very vanilla perspective. So if you are here, you know about this guy. You are in the reality creation space. So a lot of the conversations are not to give you more techniques. They are to ease this process, to go in and kind of dissolve the limitations. So as you're going through things, if you hear things that contradict, whether it's here, whether it's other places, remember, it only has to be as complex as you make it. You can strip whatever you want off and make whatever process work for you. This is all about you. This is all about you. We're not here to argue for limitations. We are here to dissolve them. We are here to dissolve them. Even if you notice, right? Because I want you to get to this point with you. Anytime y'all ask a question, it's not even about making y'all do more. It's always about challenging those things. Why do you feel that way? Why do you believe why do you believe you have to do that? Why are you putting power in this? Why do you think that, right? Just challenge you, because a lot of the questions are simply, what are a lot of the questions that y'all are asking trying to show you? They're simply trying to show you your limitations. This is what it is. A lot of your questions that you're coming with, right? They're questions I've asked. They're genuine questions. And the purpose of these questions is they highlight beliefs within us. They highlight beliefs within us. And so now we have the choice. Do I want to hold on to this or do I want to let it go? You are the only creator of your reality. I'm not creating your reality for you. There's a version of you in my reality, and I see them as divine, but your single point of consciousness also needs to achieve everything that you want. Okay? So I want this to be a very safe place. If you want to challenge things, challenge them. If you want to challenge your own beliefs, do that. Right? Because we are here to dissolve all those beliefs. Everything that is keeping you from what you want, dissolve them. Dissolve them. Make this a simple process. Because it should be. Because it should be. Right? When we say things like, when you were born, you came down here with everything you needed to have the life of your dreams, it's not that you came down here and you had to unlock a whole bunch of shit. You came down here already equipped. And the world pushed you in a different direction. So now it's about removing those things. Especially the moment that you feel things are getting more and more complex, that is the time where you need to be like, oh, whoa, slow your ass down. What about this? What about that? This isn't about stacking processes on top of processes. You got a 20-minute affirming session, followed by a 30-minute jog where you're affirming again, and then there's subliminals, and then you visualize, and then you do this. And damn, how much time are you going to actually use to enjoy your life? This is what this is about. It's about enjoying your life. All right? That's what you're here for. Enjoy that beautiful life of yours. Don't make this a military regimen, okay? That was all. That's all I'm going to say, right? But now we back to the question. So whatever y'all want to talk about, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. I take the flowers. Thank you. I truly take the flowers. Thank you. Thank you. There hasn't been much enjoyment. What you talking about? What you talking about? Just want to love. And I will love even the bad if I think I can help them to the light. There hasn't been much enjoyment. Okay, well, I would challenge you then. If you're making that statement that there hasn't been much enjoyment and that you just want to love and you'll love even the bad if you think you can help somebody to the light, I would challenge you, is that love? Is that really love? Or are you doing that out of lack? Is that really love? I'm just doing these things that I heard, right? It's like, it's this whole thing of believing that we can drag people to salvation. You can provide. Okay, so let me give an example from my perspective, right? How difficult would it be if you were making content about reality creation? You've seen how this can change your life. And you've stepped into this space, and now you're giving this message, and your goal is everybody that you talk to drag them to salvation. Do you understand how frustrated you would be? It's not your job, right? There are certain people that their soul needs to go through things to help them. There are certain people that have to, right? It's like you have that person that keeps jumping in that bad relationship. We all know that person, right? And you try to help them. Look, don't go down that path. Don't do that. Even if you wouldn't tackle them and lock them in a room, took the key and say, you're not going to come out until you promise you're not going to go back. And you locked them in there for a month and fed them, and then they came back. What would happen? If it wasn't out of their system, they're going to still go back. You can't drag anybody to salvation. You didn't come down here to save anybody. You can plant seeds within people, but those seeds have to blossom when they are ready to blossom. When they're ready to blossom, they will. A lot of the savior complex, right? First of all, and let's talk about this from a psychological perspective. You know, I got two masters, right? I got one in psychology, one in IT management, all right? So one of the psychological thoughts of this savior complex, right? It's a lack of an ability to control our own lives. And so we outsource that control to other people. Just one way. It doesn't say that is, but that's usually the case. I have to save all these other people because I'm struggling to save myself. Right? And so we get some kind of satisfaction for trying to control other things when we can't control our own life. Right? This is even when we talk about things like, even when you think about people okay, that's a whole nother story, right? A whole nother story. But that's a whole nother story. No man can drag another man to salvation. When we help other people, we should do it out of love. Knowing that, okay, I'm doing my best. And if they accept what I'm giving them, right, then they can grow. But I also have to give people grace and understand that in my times where I was struggling, right, when you were going back to that person that kept on cheating on you, right, nobody could rescue you. Nobody could rescue you. Nobody could sit your ass down and say, stop it. You had to make the decision yourself. Whether it was a decision you made or somebody or that other person just stopped dealing with you and then you were forced to go down this path. It was you. Nobody can drag anybody out of their own mess. So now, if this person is about to be in a situation that's going to hurt them, that's a whole nother story. There's a whole nother story. Right? But this even goes, and this is going to be, you know what I'm saying? Every time I say this is going to be a little bit controversial right here, okay? Not even controversial. It's more of a logic versus emotion thing, which is, let's talk about this. All right, actually, let's give a poll right here. Let's say that, I think y'all already know where I want to go, because a lot of y'all, I remember y'all's answers. Let's say that I'm a man and I see a woman on the street. Okay, I don't know her. I see a woman on the street and I see another man slap the shit out of her. I don't know if they were together or not. They're just arguing. I see another man slap the shit out of her. Boom. What do you do in this situation? Go up to the man, okay. Me as a grown man, me as a 6'3", big black man, all right? Right? Now I see another man over there. He just slapped the shit out of this woman. What do? I don't know any of them. I don't know either one of them, mind you. This ain't your sister. This not your mom. You don't know them. What do you do? It's not a trick question. No, it's not a trick question. I need a man to answer. I need a male perspective, right? I need a couple men to answer. Thank you. I've seen an intervene. I've seen I get in between without anger. You feel like women would protect women? You would walk up and see what's going on? Okay. My brother's gonna walk up and see what's going on. You're instantly on the woman's side. Okay, cool, okay, all right. All right, so let me ask you from a different angle. Let me ask you from a different angle. Let's say that it is your son. Your son goes out, all right? Your son goes out and, you let him go out and he's coming back. Matter of fact, this is how the story went. Your son went out there and he saw another man, a stranger, slap a woman, and he ran up there. And then that man pulls out a gun and shoots your son dead. Now what? Do you still think that he made the right decision? Okay, let's go even further. Let's say you go up to them and that man says, "Bruh, it's none of your damn business. This is none of your business. This is me and my woman. What are you in here for?" All right. Now let's say that you escalated. You want to defend her. Let's say you hit him. All right, cool. You hit him. And now he hits you back. And now the police come. Okay, y'all been fighting, the police come. He can press charges on your ass. You attacked him. I'm over here handling business, and this man walked up to me. He can press charges on your ass. What is the righteous thing to do in this situation? Because there's two answers, right? There's from an emotional sense is that, yes, we should protect women. Sure, of course, we should. Absolutely. For sure. Absolutely right. We should protect women. For sure. But, are you willing to throw your life away about this? Not cry. Are you willing to throw your life away about this? If you want to do anything, you can call the police. If that's what you want to do, you can do that. But you better do that shit from far away. All I'm gonna say is this, all right? And I'm gonna speak as a man, right? Like I would be talking to my son. Or like my older brother told me, right? While he was still here. It is not your business. If it is not your sister, why are you getting in that? You don't know what could happen. You don't know what's going on. And let's say that you get hurt, or let's say he pressed charges, and then let's say that the woman takes his side. She goes back to him, right? Because we know in real life that we can't save anybody. You can't save your friend from the person abusing her. You can't save your friend from the woman cheating on him. So what makes you think you're finna go up and save a stranger? It sounds good logically. It sounds right. I should defend her. But what is the wise thing to do? Like, what is the wise thing to do? If I lose my life, what happens to the people that are dependent on me? What happens to my family? Are they going to take care of my family? Are they going to take care of my family? What happens to the people who needed me to take care of them? So yeah, I'd hope somebody helped too. But if I don't personally look, you never know what other people are going through. What other people one of the most unstable people that you can ever deal with is somebody who feels heartbroken. You know how crazy people get when they're heartbroken? God gave you everything. Like we can say that, you know what I'm saying, we have God, we don't have to worry. God gave you a functioning brain to think. God has already given you everything that you need, right? Nobody is stopping that bullet from hitting you. God is giving you the perfect brain to think about the situation before you walk in, right? We can sit and we can make an emotional choice. The emotional decision is I see somebody getting hurt, I need to jump in. That's the very emotional decision. But the logical decision, the wise decision is let me actually think about the situation. What could actually go wrong? What could go wrong? This man dealing with his woman, they're arguing, he hits her, he sees your big ass running up to him, and now he's threatened. What the fuck is this dude coming up to me talking about some, hey, bro, mind your business, man. I'm already pissed off. I'm heartbroken. She was doing whatever, or I was doing whatever, and she was calling me out for it. Now it's your problem because I'm directing this anger at whoever wants some. How many people do you know in extreme time? How many people do you know that if they are wild enough to hit somebody in public, think about this, all right? I want you to really think about this. If this person is wild enough to hit somebody in public, do you think they're going to show some restraint with your ass? And why I say this, right? Why I'm bringing up this point is because this went the exact same way. And I understand. I understand from a woman's perspective and a male perspective. Because from a woman's perspective, I would hate to think that a man wouldn't help me if I was in that situation. I would hate to think that if somebody saw my sister or my mother going through it, that they wouldn't help. I would hate to think that. But from a male perspective, I would hate to think that somebody took my son's life because he got in some shit that he didn't even know about. So which one's right, which one's wrong? Right? Which one is right, which one's wrong at the end of the day? So, you know, and I say that not to say that there's a quote unquote right or wrong way, right? I'm not here to convince you, but I'm always going to take the stance of making it back home to your family. I'm always going to take that stance. Right? There was a time where I would have said defend the woman. There was a time where I for sure would have said that. Right? And now there's a time where I would say get home to your family. Going to heaven. What is that? Where is that? Right? Heaven is here. You are in heaven right now. All right. So, I get both sides of the argument. I just like to play that advocate, right? I just like to play that advocate. But it's interesting because when you start to think about situations like that, what you'll realize is you can make an argument for both cases, and what we would determine as right, what it really comes down to, unfortunately, in situations like this, is it comes down to what actually happens later. Right? Like that, like if you could see the whole story play out, you would probably be able to make a better decision. Right? If I understood everything that was going on, but unfortunately in situations like that, right, we don't see everything. And so if I make a decision purely based on like what I think is the quote unquote virtuous thing right now in this moment, this is why when we allow what we feel in this split moment to determine what we do, sometimes we can get in trouble. But that hindsight is always 20/20, right? If I knew that I would be able to break it up and I would be able to help her, he wouldn't do anything. No problems, no police, calm them down, talk them down. Then I would make it home to my family. Of course, no questions asked, I would step in. And if I knew that I would lose my life, of course, no questions asked, I'm staying my ass back. But since I don't have the fullness of it, right, it's, you know, and even with that, you can still make the argument for both ways. You can still make the argument that says, what? You should be able to lay down. No greater love is this than to lay down your life for another. You can still make that argument. And you can still make the argument that shit ain't my fucking business. You can make both arguments. So it's a controversial thing, but you know, when it comes to those things, what is right, what is wrong? And it's just another way to think of how life is in general. When we think of life in general, what is right, what is wrong? We can sit and we can make arguments for both sides of a whole bunch of things. We can go down and we can name a whole bunch of scenarios and say, okay, which one's right, which one's wrong? So, you know, we've got to do what we have to still make the righteous choice according to us. You know, it'd be nice to see everything fully, but why I pose situations like that is because to stress the importance of thoughtful actions in life. Thoughtful actions in life. And it goes back to what we were talking about with, you know, having that savior complex and trying to save people. Sometimes that shit can get you burned. I know a lot of people I've talked to that, you know, they're in situations where somebody is going down a negative path. They judge the path that person's going down as negative, and they're so frustrated because that person won't listen to them that they're in tears talking to me. Right? It's like, okay, well, you know, I understand, but, you know, who's getting hurt the most? Like, there comes a point where, you know, you give people advice based on the love you have for them. And sometimes it's very difficult to separate me wanting you to get out this situation because I love you and I don't want to see you in pain. And then me giving you advice because that's what I believe to be correct, but still allowing you to travel down the path of making the decision that's right for you and getting to where you need. Very, very sticky situation, right? But we can never drag anybody else to enlightenment. Man, I said a whole bunch of fucking words in there, so hopefully that shit made sense, right? Yeah, you can never determine the outcome either way. You can never. So we're gonna have these things where we have to make the best decision based on the information that we know. And you know, if you make it back to your family, I believe that I made the right decision. Right? If I make it back home, I done made the right decision. I can still take care of the people that love me, that I love, and you know, all that. And yeah, you don't know what the other side looks like. And yeah, parents definitely struggle with this when it comes to their children. The interesting conversation is when it comes to instilling morals and virtues in your kids, right? Situations like this come up where now you have, let's say that you have two parents there, and we could have two different opinions. Now what do? But then also we have to sow the seed for our child to do the right thing, defining what the right thing is, but also knowing that they're still going to kind of make those decisions. Even on another point, right? Let's talk about this from a conscious perspective. You're conscious, you're creating your life. You've checked out of society, right? So now you have kids. Okay, now you have kids. And you understand your kids have to go to school. You have to toe that line of teaching them, keeping them empowered enough to control their life, to be the operant power in their life, and then giving them enough to where they can manage and flow through society without bumping their head all the time. So even the more conscious you get, the task of raising children becomes a little bit more different, right? It's one thing where if you just completely buy into the structure of the world right now, everything the world says you're cool with, right? Now you always know that the child, the school, and then what I'm saying, it's always going to be in alignment, right? Like, you got to be a good worker. But the more, aware you are on this journey, it poses challenges. There are ways that we have to navigate, right? And hey, they're very interesting conversations. So it can be very tough, right? Having a kid right now would be kind of difficult. Yeah, can't say I disagree. Can't say I disagree. Can't say I disagree, right? We just do our best. We can still rest in the fact, though. Rest in this fact. Rest in this fact. Before you decided to come down here, you made a decision on your parents. Your soul did, from a perspective of what it needed. And so some of us, and even to show how far this goes, some of us chose parents with very limiting beliefs, knowing on a soul level, if I can overcome this, shit, I can overcome whatever. Okay? So the purpose of this, or the one of the more important things to remember, is that as long as you are doing your best, it is perfect, because it is in perfect alignment with what that child or what that soul needs, right? Being a parent is such a sacred responsibility, right? This little avatar just pops out of you with a fresh new soul, just looking at your ass, with one hair on its head, just looking at your ass, right? And now you are tasked with raising it in the ways of whatever you deem to be correct. So just know, whatever you do, as long as you're doing your best, even if you're best, I ain't trying to enable anybody, right? Because, I'm not trying to, matter of fact, before I even say this, actually after I say it, I'm going to say that. I'm not trying to enable anybody, but even if the best you can do is not being there on a soul level, that child needed it. But, let me back up a little bit. Having a child is a soul contract. Okay, it's a soul contract. And payment always comes due for contracts. Payment always comes due. What do you mean, Alex? Let's talk about this, all right? You lay down with a woman, you have a child. Okay? On a soul level, you do have an obligation to provide support. On a soul level, you also have an obligation to allow that other parent to provide support. So, if you walk away, you do have repercussions on a spiritual level. You might not pay for it today, or tomorrow, or this lifetime, but you do have to pay. Payment will always come due. Now, let's say that you fall out with the man, or you fall out with the woman, and because of that falling out, you now reject them from helping with their child, or, right, you pull your support away from that child. You are violating spiritual law, and payment will come due, right? So there are important spiritual nuances to understand when it comes to bringing life into this world. So just throwing that out there. But also at the same time, on a soul level, you did enough research to understand what you were signing up for the purpose of your soul's development. So this is why it makes no sense to complain about our past. The past happened. Some people have very grotesque past. I'm not enabling anything. I'm simply saying that we have to get to a point where we understand that right now is the only moment of power I have. The only moment, right? And on a soul level, I needed certain things to happen to push me down a divine path. How many people do you know with awful backstories that make you cringe, that all of a sudden, because they went through that, they have shown up in the world in a different way, right? I remember, because as I've told y'all, right, I've lost my older brother. My ex, she passed away. Right, I've been in a fire. These were soul expanding experiences. These were experiences that without them, would I be who I am? Perhaps. But probably not. Shit, probably not. So it's very, very important that we always see the past as for us. That way we can press into a more beautiful future. Right? Right. Yeah. Facts. The agenda seems so much more obvious. Yeah. That was a bar right there. That was a bar right there. But also understand this, because I'll constantly say this, we're not going back. So things are never going to go backwards. So we'll always have to adapt to how the world is. And also, we can think about, so remember, right, everything is always unfolding perfectly. Now, because we can only see a fraction and we can't see the whole, if you zoomed into a single point of a picture, it's going to look like shit. But when you zoom out, you see the whole thing. It's going to look beautiful. But think about this on a collective level. What does it require for a soul to grow? The same way that we look at the micro level of an individual life is the same way that we have to look at consciousness on earth on a macro level, holistically, right? So, for instance, for your body to grow, to get stronger, you have to go work out, right? And as you lift weights, your muscle fibers tear, and that allows them to grow stronger, bigger, right? You get sexier, right? That way you can take your shirt off, you know what I'm saying, when you're at the pool, you know what I'm saying, and people going, look at you nicely, right? So on a personal level, how does this work with your emotions? Well, one of the quotes I always say is the wound is the place where the light enters. One of the metaphorical stories that we talked about with creation was that there was this being of light, there was divinity, there was source, there was God, right? And he created the perfect vessel to hold all of this life. The perfect vessel being you, being I, being our body, right? And so when he created this perfect vessel and tried to pour all of the light within it, what happened is that vessel exploded and it turned into fragments. So it gave the illusion of fragments, but it was the wholeness forced into this vessel, and this vessel just cracked, split into fragments. And now we are all looking at ourselves from these individual perspectives, calling ourselves human beings. Ooh, spooky, right? So it is a metaphor not only for the story of creation, but also how it is emotional turmoil, it's difficult situations that allow us to expand. Now, as within, so without. So as below, so above, right? So on an individual level, we know that within the body to grow, things have to happen. Even healing looks like a very violent process when you zoom in on a cellular level. All right? So now let's say you zoom out on a personal level. It all works out. Now you zoom out on a level of the whole, of the world. Now what happens, right? We have certain people that are polarizing that enter the world. Why? To expand the world. We have certain people that come into the world to polarize. Choose a side. Choose a side. This is what I believe in. This is what I'm finna do. This is what I'm gonna say. Choose a side. And people choose sides, and then it forces discussions. It looks like chaos, right? But eventually the world has to react or adapt and move forward. The only way that we can move forward is what? It's through cracking. It is the wound that allows the light to come in. Right? So we have to crack to grow, to expand. This is just the nature of consciousness, right? The nature of consciousness, we talked about that quote earlier. The nature of consciousness is to become whole. And the only way for consciousness to become whole is to bubble up the unconscious thing. To bubble up those unconscious beliefs, those unconscious, patterns, so that we can challenge them. This is just the nature of growth. So in 100 years, we'll be talking about the same types of things. More people will be awake, right? There will be different things going on, but all of these things serve a single purpose. Remember, creation, the creator doesn't see negative and positive. To source, to God, all realities exist. Every situation exists, right? But in order to get from here to here, we just have to go from single points within the wholeness of everything to the next. We can only move one moment at a time throughout infinity. And that's what gives us the illusion of linear time. All right? That's what gives us that illusion of linear time, is that we are only seeing one moment one infinite perspective per time. And so that's how we move through linear space. So that's how the world is moving as well. So this is why the argument, why does God allow bad things to happen? Makes no sense. Because Source is not identifying with the negative, because Source sees all possibilities. Sees all that there is, everything unfolding right now, absolute wholeness, absolute perfection, how everything leads to the betterment of everything. Creation doesn't judge things as negative or positive. It simply uses every situation to create something new. We are the ones who judge things as negative or positive, right? Very, very, it's a very poetic, very beautiful way to think about things, right? So, 3-4 lifetimes from now, ain't no telling what the world's gonna look like. Ain't no telling what the world is gonna look like, right? You know what's also cool is even the concept of evil, I believe, is even that is a judgment in itself. I had a really cool conversation earlier today. It was somebody, was kind of like a setup call, right? And we were talking about dark entities, okay? And I don't really talk about this much, but let's talk about this because it's a very important point. So it's a very important point. The important point is that, we live in this simulation, right? This structure. And within this structure, within the universe, right, there is Source, right? And I always say there's only one power, okay? But there's also different aspects of that power. Right. I'm about to say all this, and then I'm going to tell y'all then I'm going to erase all of this shit, okay, basically. So we have Source, but even this earth, right, is created by different entities, okay? And on this earth, there are different powers, okay? Quote unquote negative, quote unquote positive, however you want to call them. And now we are going through this matrix where the purpose of a lot of the programming that we get is to keep us trapped in this worldview. So there's a reason why as a collective we believe in certain things that disempower us, that keep us in certain loops. Right? That's why a lot of people are always in the loop of working a certain way, of hard work, right? And that's why a lot of people are stuck in trauma and stuck in healing, is because this world is really a dense environment, all right? If you were in a lighter plane, a less dense environment, more of a 4D space, what you will realize is that your thoughts materialize extremely quickly. This reality is built on thoughts, but your thoughts materialize a little bit slower because of the density. That's why we had the illusion of linear time. Okay. And so I say all of that to say this. Okay. I say all that to say this. Even though all of that is true, we still have to understand that all of that is still within us. We are the ones who give it power. We are the ones who empower the system to suppress us. Meaning, the only thing that the external world can do, the only thing that certain people can do is give you information. Is give you information. Now it's up to you to embody that information, give it life, breathe life in it, and allow it to suppress you. So how many people do you know that they're highly conscious, highly intelligent people, but they're still struggling financially, or they're still kind of in this thought of how they're always combating this system? And it's because they are in this constant state of decreeing that they're battling this system, that they're struggling to get out of it. Because at the end of the day, this structure is still simply thoughts. Yes, there's external forces, right? But it's still simply your thought that is keeping you trapped in it. That's it. It's just your thought. And so the moment that we overcome our thoughts, we can overcome our reality. This is it's such a paradigm, right? Because it's such a paradox, not a paradigm, it's such a paradox because This is why we've been force-fed the illusion of separation. Why would, if I was trying to disempower you, of course I would make you think that everything is outside of you, that this is real. Yeah, God is out there. Yet there's angels up there and there's demons down there. If I believe that, it's going to be very difficult for me to ever believe that everything is for me. If I externalize things, how could I ever see? How could I ever see these things as against me or for me? It's a demon. It's inherently negative. So it has to be against me. All right. So now this is how we start to break the illusion, is understand that the kingdom is within, as within, so without. It's all within me. There's nothing out there. See, and then we get into this discussion and we start thinking of this in layers. What do I mean by layers? Peep this, all right? So we will say, yeah, okay, cool, Alex, I get it. Everything is within me, as within, so without. But we'll only think about that in terms of people. In terms of money, I have to give myself prosperity, but then we still believe that these dark forces are outside of us as well. So we try to empower ourselves in certain aspects, but we still disempower ourselves in others. You see where now all of a sudden we're creating all of this extra resistance. We're making it even more difficult. If there's anything that is not meant, okay, so the purpose of dark entities is beautiful, beautiful question, okay? What is the purpose? What is the purpose? Okay. In order to talk about this, let me say this from a pondering perspective. Okay, let's think through this together. Let's ponder this. All right. And I want to put this in a different way. So sit back and relax and hear this out. Okay. We all have free will, right? We all have free will. Kind of, right? Follow me. We all absolutely have free will. But then I can make the case and I can say, well, kind of. Do you have the free will to just, stop working right now? Could everybody just stop working right now? We could, but a lot of people would suffer, right? So, we are kind of in this system where it is built to benefit a couple people, all right? It's built to benefit a couple people. Even if a lot of people stopped right now, there might be a little bit of suffering. So it's built in a way that even as people wake up, it's still a system that does kind of impose on your free will. It does impose on your free will a little bit. So we could say that your free will is getting violated a little bit. We could say that, sure. So let's take it a step further. What do we consider a dark entity? Because we have to differentiate when we talk about the dark entity within us versus the dark entity that are those certain souls that have had so much influence throughout history that they've had the ability to set up a structure that siphons energy from people. All right. Let's think about the nature of society. All right. The nature of society is that you're born and your parents, the average parents, most parents, can't really afford to just homeschool you, right? So they have to send you to school. They really can't afford to give you a trust and allow you to inherit the business. So you have to learn how to work for somebody, all right? So you're born and you get a social. You're born and you get a barcode slapped on your ass. Here's a social. Now let's teach you how to work, okay? And based on this social, you can go to the blank. You can get loans, right? And these banks, it's very interesting. These banks own the houses, okay? They own the houses, they own the businesses. So even when, you go to work and then you get paid by the bank, in order to pay your rent, you have to go pay money back to the bank. Very interesting, very, very interesting system, right? So it's set up to where certain people are benefiting. Certain owners of certain things are benefiting. All right, cool. So what would be the purpose of this structure? Obviously, it's for certain people to survive, right? And it's set up in a way that it doesn't matter if 20% of people wake up, we don't give a damn. It's still set up to where we can siphon enough energy and siphon the money where everybody's basically working for us. Imagine owning a big bank right now. If somebody starts a business, they're going to come to you for the loan. Then they're going to pay you back. And then their customers are going to pay them. And with the money that the customer, think about this. I want you to really think about this, okay? If you have a business, let's say that you get a loan from the bank. Yeah, sure, you can't write it off, but I just want to talk about this from this perspective. You go and start a business, you get the loan from the bank. Set up your place. Most banks are still funneling up to the same bank. There's still a central bank. A lot of these things are combined, right? So you get a loan from the bank, you start your business, and then you get a bank account to where your clients pay you into that account, right? And then you take money out of that bank account to do what? To pay the bank back. Do you get this circular thing? You understand the circular nature, all right? Even these big companies get loans from the bank, get paid from the clients, and that money goes in the bank, and then they take that money out the bank to pay back the bank. It is a very interesting structure. When you start thinking about it, all the money is just like, if right now, I heard this very interesting argument before. I had a conversation with my homeboy about it too. If right now you were told that you could own slaves, you can own slaves, but you have to feed them, house them, clothe them, make sure that they're healthy enough to work. You got to do that, okay? Or they said, you know what, or instead of doing all that, we'll just give you enough money so you can clothe yourself, feed yourself, house yourself, and then still come back to work and be dependent. Which option would you take? Right? So as we see, right, and we've talked about slavery because we had one discussion where we actually read the Willie Lynch letters, right, which is very interesting, how to break a Negro. But even if you think about the progression of slavery, right, first we had slavery, right? So if you think about the history of slavery, because slavery has evolved and it does not just target one group anymore. So it started off where these people came over from the Europeans, right? And they had two classes of people. They had slaves and indentured servants. So indentured servants can what? They can work to get their freedom. They typically owed a debt to somebody and they could work. But what happened when they got here, these indentured servants and slaves, what did they do? They started to sleep together, have kids together, right? So they became very difficult to tell apart. So there was a rule implemented that said, you know what? If you are dark, you're a slave. If not, we'll call you slave patrol. To separate the same class and pit them against each other. Okay, so you have all these people working, but we're going to pit them against each other. We're going to call you slaves. We're going to call you slave patrol. What was the purpose of the slave patrol? It was to go catch the runaway slaves. It was to beat their ass, to instill fear in them, to do all those things. Now, slavery was abolished. Okay, we had the Civil War. We went through Juneteenth, 1865, Juneteenth. No more slavery. Okay, cool. Now what actually happened? We had labor camps that opened up. What did these labor camps do? They would lock you up for petty crimes. Walk across the street the wrong way, they would put you in labor camps. These labor camps were so difficult that people often died in them. Why did they set up the labor camps? Because if we can't get free labor from you, yeah, times change, but we'll just change up the system to work for you, all right? So now you have labor camps. So people are in the labor camps, working their ass off. A lot of people dying in these for petty crimes. You steal a loaf of bread, you got years in the labor camp. Harsh conditions. So you're still getting the work. Okay, cool. Now fast forward. What was the next iteration, right? Because things, okay, of course they allow things to change a little bit. What was the next implementation, right? Of course it was the war on drugs, where these neighborhoods were flooded with drugs, right? Because even if you go back to like the early 1900s, a lot of, especially, minority groups, primary jobs was in factories. War on drugs, what did it do? Flood these neighborhoods with drugs, take away the factories. So now, how do you feed your family? Well, this dope is here, let's sell it. 3-strike rule, right? You sell a little bit of weed, your ass get locked up forever, right? So, and now it doesn't even just target minorities, right? What does it target? It targets the poor. It targets the poor. So even if you look at it, right? Because even the slave patrol, that was the first form of the police. It was the slave patrol. Then once we actually got into to post-slavery, Juneteenth, they transitioned to police. The slave patrol became the police. That's all it was. That's all it was. The first concept of policing in America was the slave patrol, right? So now we go here. It's very interesting to look at how it, because even when I was heavy in like, I was heavy in kind of like the protests and things a while back, right? And one of the interesting things that we always had discussions on was, I'm not going to make the argument that, every person in law enforcement is bad, but we can have the conversation about the actual purpose of law enforcement. Is it a good purpose when it comes to minorities? Which is a whole nother conversation that I don't really want to drag this into. But it's very interesting when you start looking at the history of things, you'll see, was this actually created for the same slogan that they use right now, or was this inherently rotten at first? All right. Can't generalize a whole group of people. Of course not. That would be crazy. But, yeah, it was to protect and serve somebody. I feel you, right? But it's always interesting to look at the history of things, how things unfold. I don't remember how we got on that topic. Oh, we were talking about dark entities. So anyways, long story short, the purpose of certain structures in the world of putting things in people's mind is to keep the system how it is. That's the purpose. That is the pure purpose. The purpose of the dark entities within you, which are demons. Remember, the example that I always give is we talk about the fall when Satan was cast out of heaven. What does this represent? You are heaven. The kingdom is within you. The kingdom is within you. So if you are heaven, what these negative things that are cast out, the demons that were cast out of heaven, that just represents the thoughts, the parts of you, the beliefs that you push away, that you look at as unclean, as unfit to be you, right? It's those specific beliefs, okay? And so what they're actually trying to do, we talked about demons or negative thoughts. Negative thoughts are actually trying to call you within yourself. They're showing up. The word demon comes from the Greek word daemon, which actually means spirit guide. So a lot of those negative thoughts, negative emotions, negative beliefs, those demons, the jealousy, all these things, they're simply highlighting where you need to focus, where you need to go inward and ask the question, what do I have to believe to be true to feel this way? Cast your awareness on it. Right? Yeah. Great conversation, y'all. Great conversation tonight. What else y'all want to talk about? Because even that thing, the whole Satan used to be an angel, what that really is, it's a story of creation. It's a metaphorical story of creation. So in the beginning, there was one point of consciousness which represents source, represented God, right? And that one point of consciousness split into two. Number one, number two. Okay? Positive, negative energy, masculine, feminine, yin and yang, whatever, the two opposing forces, light and dark. All right? So this represents what? The fall. All right? There was eventually pure God, and then God split into two. So how do we explain this from a human perspective? We say the fall, Satan was cast out of heaven, light, dark. And then there was a third point of consciousness. That third point of consciousness became the observer, your ability to choose between the two. And so what do these 3 points together represent? The all-seeing eye. All right. So now let's go even further. Damn, what is even further? I was on a great track and I just completely lost. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, so now let's go further, all right? So you have those 3 points of consciousness. You have light and dark, good and bad, yin and yang, right? What's another way to represent this? The descending into duality is also referred to in the Bible as the biting of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. Good, light, evil, dark. Now keep in mind, source is pure positive energy. Pure good, pure love. Duality is just the definition of free will. The tree of life or knowledge of life and death, knowledge and good and evil, right? It is simply your ability to look at things and judge certain things as good and other things as negative. That is what it is. All right? So this is the same thing as the fall. The fall of man. You're cast out the garden. You have the knowledge of light, of good and bad, or of light, good and evil. It's the same thing. You realize that you are naked. You are introduced to shame, because if now you can see things from the perspective of light and dark, now you are introduced to a concept called shame. There was no shame when you were in union. So all this represents is a different perspective to create. I don't always want to create with the light. Source expanded. I don't always want to create with the light. I want to create with the dark as well. I want the ability to choose between both. I am the observer. What is the third point of consciousness or the observer representative of? You. And then how do I choose between them? I have the conscious and the subconscious mind, right? Adam, the conscious mind, was given the opportunity to name the animal. So you, with your conscious mind, you can look out at reality and you can name things. You can say, this is good, this is bad. This is why he was given the ability to name the animals. This is representative of your conscious mind. Name that shit. Is it good, is it bad? Free will. Choice. This is all it is. All right? And then the subconscious mind represented Eve, right? We like to talk about this from a perspective of gender roles. Right? If Adam was watching Eve ass, she wouldn't have got the apple. Sure. Another way to think about it is if Adam was micromanaging her, she wouldn't have gotten it. You're absolutely right. If you were micromanaging your subconscious mind, you would not have gotten it. Now let's think about it from another perspective, because Adam represents the masculine, or Eve represents the feminine. It is your feminine energy that carries you to enlightenment. It is that feminine energy. It is that goddess energy within all of us, that feminine energy within all of us that wakes us up. This is what Eve is a representation of. She is the one that allows your masculine energy to let go and reach enlightenment, the tree of knowledge, right? So all of these things are very metaphorical, metaphysical, extremely metaphysical, right? To reach enlightenment, you must surrender to your feminine energy. Surrender to your feminine. This is why in certain certain very highly conscious civilizations throughout the universe, right? The lead energy is the feminine energy. The feminine energy vastly outnumbers masculine energy, vastly, like vastly. Why is this? Because when we talk about enlightenment, a lot of times you're talking about the feminine energy, the flowing, right? Coming into the manifestation requires you to tap into feminine energy. Really requires you to tap into both. Conscious mind still has to direct. But masculine energy, even throughout the cosmos, is seen as what? The people that do the work. Just work. Right? And we all know when it comes to that masculine energy, right? Now all of a sudden, it's much more, if you're always in pure masculine energy, it's going to be very difficult for you to reach higher levels of consciousness. You have to surrender to the knowledge. You have to surrender to the flow. Right? So all these things are very metaphorical. They're very metaphysical stories. So so us just looking at it from one perspective and being like, oh yeah, everything is me pushed out, everyone is me pushed out based on a human perspective, but not also thinking about that in terms of dark energies and this structure that we're in. Well, of course it's going to cause a little bit of confusion. It's all within you. Everything is with you. Nothing has power over you that you do not give your consent to. Nothing has power over you that you do not give your consent to. How do you, okay, let me put this back up here so I can see better. There was another question I wanted to ask or answer. Okay, those two. So what if you want to stay in the light, and then how do you surrender to your feminine energy? Beautiful questions. Okay. What if you want to stay into the light? Then do that. Right? Then do that. Just simply make the choice. Make the choice. It's not about, I'm not going to give you any process because it's not about a process. It's simply knowing who you are. Right? What do you, because how do you define negative energy or the dark, right? We would typically consider that as unfavorable things. Let's say if we're thinking about it from a purely human perspective, when you think of dark, you would think of something you don't want, right? Now, we can also think of light and dark, positive and negative, as masculine and feminine. Because remember, everything also has polarity, right? So when I'm saying light and dark, I'm not thinking negative. Those are more human ways to think of it. You can always choose the fulfillment of getting what you want by taking the easy path or the hard path, taking the surrendered path or the hard work path. But you can also get the things you don't want versus the things you want. How do you choose the path of light? You simply make the decision. You simply say the word that everything flows to me, right? You make that your state of being, your place of consciousness, your primary point of awareness is that everything flows to me divinely, easily, perfectly, in perfect timing, because I am that I am no matter what. It's all about the story that we tell, right? There's no pride. You are the process, right? So the moment that you choose, I used to do talks where we talk purely about spiritual concepts, and the reason why I pulled back a lot recently is because of that, right? Sometimes we can get so much information that it overly complicates things. The only thing to remember is that everything is within you. And if you want to choose the light, you want to choose the path of beauty, you simply need to make the decision that you are only going to focus on looking at the path of beauty in your life. And you are going to make a declaration that the only thing that flows to you is the path of beauty in your life. And therefore you are on the path of beauty. That's all. All of this other information is really just, for fun, because it's interesting and it helps you to get a holistic grasp of what is actually going on, what's going on in this universe. So, and then the next one is, how do you surrender to the feminine? So, you surrender to the feminine by embracing flow in your life, embracing solitude in your life sometimes, embracing allowing in your life. If you think about the energy of masculinity and femininity, they're very, very, very different energies. So the energy of masculinity is about control, it's about domination, it's about hard work, It's about always, judging things. The energy of femininity is about flowing. It's about surrender. It's about trust. It's about submitting to the universe, right? Those are more feminine things. So anything that you do that gets you in that space, more meditating, like you said, being in nature, right? Unplugging, when you get to a point where you don't know what to do, actually surrender to that and trusting the divine. Trusting the divine in all kinds of different things, right? Like, for instance, like I always say, you can either become the decreer in your life or the reactor. So starting to trust the divine in every aspect of your life. When you go to the gas station, how is that trip going to be? When you get into your car, how is that drive going to be? When you about to walk into this meeting, how is it going to be? Starting to declare things and then surrender to the flow of it as you're within it, right? I've already decreed it. Now I'm simply going to surrender and flow through all these situations, right? That is embracing your feminine energy. Now, when we also talk about embracing your feminine energy in terms of reaching enlightenment, it is understanding that you can't force your way. You can't force your way. You can't force your way into a deeper understanding of certain truths. When the student is ready, the teacher is going to show up. So, yeah, you can read a lot of books, but it's often when you actually relax and take a step back and take a deep breath, that's when a lot of the information starts clicking for you, right? And I always talk about my spiritual journey. In the beginning, I was just hunting knowledge. I was reading everything. I was forcing, plant medicine, in my body at a crazy rate. I was always trying to find knowledge. But where I really evolved was when I finally surrendered. And instead of going in every meditation, waiting for the experience, like, oh shit, what is the experience? Who's gonna show up to me today? What alien is gonna probe me today, right? So instead of understanding that, it was, all right, now let me just allow my body to do what it does. And that provided more enlightenment and more information than forcing ever did, right? It was even things that, I thought I was so well learned, but I didn't really understand. I understand it intellectually, but it didn't really click until I surrendered. There's also things like most of the information I give right now, I can't quote a book for a lot of it. A lot of it came through more spiritual experiences. So, that feminine energy is always trying to help you. It's always trying to push you into a more expanded, more beautiful version of yourself. We simply have to allow it to do what it does, right? Allow your subconscious, allow that feminine energy within you to bring you that fruit. Allow it to enlighten you. Okay, allow it to enlighten you. You just do your job. You stay in flow. You name the animals. You let it go about your business. Don't micromanage it. Right? Don't micromanage your spiritual growth. If I could put it in a simple way, I would put it like that. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps. And yeah, I'm in good old Dallas, man. Good old Dallas. Good old Dallas. Cool. Good. What's up? What other questions y'all got, man? I know y'all want to talk about something else. Does location matter? Yeah, I think you already know what I'm going to say. I think you already know what I'm going to say. If you talk about it from a numerology perspective, then yes, your location does matter. However, if you talk about it from you being the creator, then no, your location doesn't matter. But you should definitely go to places that feel right for you. Like, for instance, I don't like LA. I don't like, I like California. I like San Francisco. or Frisco. Let me not say San Francisco. I'm tripping. I like Frisco. I like I like the Bay Area a lot. I don't like LA. I don't like being in LA. I like the East Coast a lot. But I like some places on the West. I like Seattle. I like New York. I love Miami, boy. Miami. I love Miami. Um, just every time I go to Miami, I end up spending way too much money. Right? Um, there's certain places that I would love to live in. There's other places where I just can't get with them. So in LA, why don't I like LA? It's the energy there. I don't like the energy in LA. I don't like the energy in LA. It doesn't feel good to me. It does not feel good to me. I thought about moving to Miami a couple years ago, but I ended up in Dallas because I still got family here. So I was like, might as well stay here. Um, but yeah, just different places. Don't like Vegas. I love Vegas. I love Vegas. Vegas is one of my favorite places. So I like Miami because of the energy, right? The energy of Miami feels like money, right? I feel like I make more when I'm out there. I feel like I'm sharper when I'm out there. Um, Dallas feels like home, though. Dallas feels like family and home. So I do enjoy Dallas. It's a great energy for me. Um, LA just feels off. That's all. That's all. But I'm not saying it's a bad place, right? If that's the energy that works for you, then yeah. Yeah, and I lived in Toronto for a little bit. Of course, I travel back home. I travel back to Nigeria every 2 years. I'm actually going this end of this year. Um, I've been out to South America. I've been to Colombia. I've been to uh, a couple places. But even those places are like even Nigeria. I love Nigeria. I always stay there for a few weeks, like 3 weeks. But by the time it's done, I'm ready to get my ass back here. Um, I've never been to Dubai. I was actually supposed to go this weekend, but then I had one of my uncles had passed. We were gonna go to his funeral this weekend. It was out in Arkansas. So I was like, okay, I'm not gonna go. But then my parents they didn't really want to go anymore, so we didn't go. So I was supposed to be in Dubai this weekend. I was supposed to be there this weekend. Japan, Japan. I know Japan is beautiful. I know Japan is beautiful. Did you live in London? I'm assuming you lived in London. Dubai. I know Dubai is. That's why you would do. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. Japan. That makes sense. I do need a new anime to watch, man. I just finished watching Attack on Titan again. There's nothing like the first time seeing Attack on Titan, man. There's nothing like the first time of seeing Attack on Titan. I'll put that show up against anything. Before that, I got through Demon Slayer. Pretty cool. Of course, Solo Leveling. I had watched Solo Leveling pretty recently. That was fire. Solo Leveling is fire. Seven Deadly Sins is pretty cool. I've never seen Kaizen. I've heard of it. No. What are we talking about? We talking about whatever. We talking about whatever. Sailor Moon is such a badass show. Sailor Moon is such a badass show. Why do I think that men like the chase? I think it's just part of a male's kind of natural instinct, right? Is that you do want. So, why do men like the chase? What a very interesting. One second, let me see something. Kaizen's about the school, right? It's about the kids in school. I think I watched the first episode and I was out. I was out of there. But I think men like to chase because yeah, I'm damn near. Am I looking up the question? No, I'm not looking up the question. I'm not looking up the question. But why do men like? I don't know. I can't speak for all men, but I can speak for me. I was looking up anime. I was looking up that show Kaizen. I was trying to understand if I actually knew. It was about like high school kids. Why do men like to spare? I think it's a natural perspective of a man is that if you think about the energy of men, what do men not chase in life? Right? Men chase success. Men chase financial success, business success, right? They chase the women that they want because this is the state of society, right? So when you are deep in your masculine energy is about pursuit. It is about control. It is about setting goals and achieving them. It is about discipline. It is about work. It's about moving forward consciously, right? Masculinity isn't really about flow. All right? And what about when you have a girlfriend? Are you talking about pursuing that same woman that they are in? Or do you believe that it's about pursuing different women than the women that they're in a relationship with? Okay. Why do you not want a man that pursues? Like, what if you get the girl? So there's always going to be a sense of pursuit with any relationship that you're in, right? So just because you get in a relationship today and y'all love each other, you're still going to pursue each other. You're always going to be constantly evolving. You'll always be changing. The person that you marry today is not going to be the same person in 30, 40 years, or I would hope not. They'll just stay still. They're going to be changing. So you're always going to be on this pursuit of getting to know each other better, of loving each other more, of being closer to one another, of learning the different things that go on in our life, right? I'm pursuing goals separate than you. You're pursuing goals separate to me, and then we're pursuing goals together as well. So we still have a large chunk of our life where we are changing and evolving. And so we're constantly trying to meet this new version of one another. This is why even romance is so beautiful and poetic, is because you're constantly, both of you are constantly in this courting phase with new versions of each other. You're just new in every moment. So, and maybe I shouldn't have used the word chase, right? But pursuit is key for a man, right? You're not going to chase a woman if she doesn't want you, but you are always going to be in pursuit. Even when you think of masculinity, right? So I don't want us to think of masculinity in terms of masculinity leading the world, because it doesn't necessarily lead the world. But when it comes to relationships, masculinity is a leading energy in a relationship. When you think of the relationship between a man and a woman, it is typically led by the one who has more masculine energy. Not led meaning I make the decisions, but led forward, led into intimacy. I'm the one who initiates the foreplay all day with the text, with the conversations until we get to the bedroom, right? That's typically the man. Then as the woman opens, it becomes more mutual, but it's typically the male that is leading in that case, in that part of the relationship. So pursuit is just natural. Pursuit is absolutely natural. And yeah, your energy should balance, but also when we understand the laws of polarity, whoever is leading, whoever has more masculinity, that's the penetrating energy. And whoever has more feminine energy, that is the receptive energy. Well, if they chase you and then they give up, I would ask you, is that where you want to be? And why are you there? I mean, Is it really something to ask about? Okay, let's say that you are chasing something and then you get it and you stop. What do you believe that means to you? Isn't that different? Women can lead. Women can lead. I think even in this day, there are a lot more women that are pursuing men for relationships, right? Like they're reaching out, they're shooting a shot. So women can, but it's once we get into that dynamic, that's why gender roles are so tricky because it's not general, right? You can't really generalize relationships. Relationships are going to be very specific to that couple. You have to do what works best for y'all. But I don't know. I've been in a situation where I've lost interest in a woman and I stopped pursuing her. Or maybe I pursued her for a second and I didn't feel like she wanted me, so I just was like, all right, you know what? I am not finna not love myself and try to pursue somebody who does not want to pursue me. But it's like this is a natural thing that men pursue. But and also, let's tie this back into manifestation. If I have a belief that women will step out and pursue me, then they will. If I have a belief that women will not do that, then they won't. If you have a belief that men always pursue you, they can't get enough of you. They're always trying. They're always going to pursue you from here until infinity. Then that's what it's going to be. If you don't believe that, then they won't. It's all about you. It's all about you. I'll say it again. So it is all about your mindset and your it's all about your mindset and your belief. If you believe that men will pursue you, they will. If you believe they don't, they won't. If I believe that women will go out their way to talk to me, that is my reality. If I believe they won't, and that's reserved for certain men that's not me, then that's going to be them, right? So it's all about the story that we're telling, self-concept. It always goes back to self-concept and expectations. We can look at our expectations as absolute truths, or we can just look at our expectations as signs of what we are going to experience in this season of our life, and then we can just drop them and change them just like clothes. Your ex has a girlfriend. My ex has a girlfriend after our long-term relationship. Does that mean I manifested that? Well, the blunt answer is yes. Yes. Absolutely. It does. But even that question, right? Even that statement. How are you making that statement? Are you making that statement out of lack, or are you making that statement out of love, right? Not laughing at you, I'm laughing at a comment. But we're 100% responsible for the things in our life. That's why we have to. The things that we care about, we should be very firm in what we expect and what we believe in the story that we want to tell about them. Yeah. Once we start talking about relationships, the whole conversation just changed. I love how we start talking about relationships, the whole comment section just start lighting up. What about this person, right? I ask y'all questions, y'all don't want to say anything. The moment we start talking about relationships, here y'all go. Here y'all go. How can we change a lifetime of a story? Because, all right, what's the easiest way to say this? What's the clearest way to say this? There is no past and there is no future. You only have thoughts in your mind. If right now you make a decision, self-concept does not take time. Self-concept is a change that you make right now. Nothing takes time. It only takes you making the decision right now, because right now is the only thing that matters. Right now, if you decide that everything has been working out perfectly for my life, you just got some great news, you are going to look at everything in your past differently. Now, I don't even believe in rewiring your mind. You simply make the decision right now. So think about it like this, okay? Whoever you decide to be right now, that determines how you see the past. If right now you decide everything is working out for you, if right now you decide that everything is working out for you, you are going to look at your past differently. If right now you feel like a victim, you are going to look at your past differently. What this actually means is your past will change. Metaphysically, your past is changing based on your identity right now. What we like to do as humans is we would like to say, no, my past is real. And then we want to drag our past into the present moment and use it as evidence. See, this happened, that happened, that happened. The only reason that we drag our past into the present is because right now we are identifying as something that allows us to use our past as justification. But you can just as easily tell a different story right now. Right now. Right now. In Scripture, it does not say, as a man filleth in his heart, so is he. It does not say, as a man filleth in his heart, so is he. It says, as he thinketh in his heart. Another thing of Scripture, right? We talk about filling it real. What does filling it real mean? Even Scripture says, the heart is deceitful, who can know it? The heart is deceitful. Your feelings are deceitful, who can know it? This is why society force-fed us feeling is the secret, because it's a very difficult way to create. You cannot come up with a feeling right now and hold that feeling. But what you can do is create a new story of who you are right now and hold that no matter what your feelings are. I want you right now to get into the feeling that you already have it. Right now, just get into the feeling that you already have it, okay? Close your eyes, ignore the comments. Get into the feeling that you already have it right now. And I want you to ask yourself with honesty, can you hold this feeling for the rest of your life? No matter what happens, can you hold this feeling for the rest of your life? It's not about your feelings. It is about your story that you are consistently telling. Listen to me, Miss Serena. Listen to me, my goddess. Listen to me, all right? Listen to me. Pay attention to me, okay? I get it. It's hard to feel it when you don't have it. Listen to what I'm saying. I know. If right now the weather is gloomy, there are people around the world that are going to feel sad for no reason. Does that mean that they won't get what they want? If somebody gives you good news, you're going to feel happy. Does that mean that you're now in alignment? So that means I should just hear good news for the rest of my life? When we think that feeling is a secret, what actually happens is you experience things that are negative in your life. They're not really negative, but we perceive them as negative. And so all of a sudden, our feelings get off. Our feelings get thrown off. And if I believe I have to feel it real, what happens when I look out in the world and I see something that's opposite? And it breaks my heart. And my feelings go crazy. Does that mean I'm out of alignment? No. This is what I want you to do. This is how I want you to really perceive this. All right? It is your story. It is what you say is what is reality. Your story determines reality. So, okay, with that being said, your feelings are meant for you to feel them. And when you have a negative feeling, you should ask yourself, what do I have to believe to be true right now to have this negative feeling? And explore that. But do not allow your negative feelings to give you an excuse to say that you do not have something. You are in alignment with what you want no matter what right now. Why? Because you are perfect. Explore the negative feeling meaning this. Let's give a concrete example, okay? Let's talk about this in the nature of relationships, because that's what obviously y'all want to talk about is relationships. So let's say that you've been affirming for this person. You've been, in your mind, you've been saying, okay, I'm here. No, we're going to use relationships. We're going to use relationships. So you've been saying, all right, I have this person. Okay, now you go to the end, I have this person. Now let's say that you see something that doesn't look right. They're with another person now. Say they're with another person now. What do you do? If you believe that you have to feel it real to get something, how could you feel that you have them when you clearly see them with somebody else? How can you do that? We act and we come onto this journey and act like we have to suppress our desires. I'm going to tell you how every single one of you, I'm going to tell you exactly how you feel about the things that you want right now. I'm going to tell you exactly how you feel about the things that you want. You feel like you want them. And that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. But when we believe that the feeling is a secret, I have to feel it real to get it. I'm going to see things and it's going to trigger me. And instead of exploring my feeling, being like, okay, what does this mean? Well, I feel negative now because I see this person with somebody else. All right, what do I have to believe to be true to feel this way? Well, I believe that I don't really have what I want. But now when I know that, when I explore that like that, now I can remind myself the truth. The truth is that it doesn't say as I feel. As a man feeleth, so is he. It says as he thinks, so is he. So just because I have this feeling, now what do? I can go ahead and I can start affirming for what I want. This is when I want y'all to use your affirmations. Don't care what the situation looks like. The God within me is perfect, so everything is unfolding perfectly. I already have it. Read that. Florence Scovel said in 1 year. That exactly. Right? And I know that most people come into this space for SPs. A lot of y'all, we started talking about SPs and people. Y'all were all in the comments just going crazy. Right? One of the beautiful stories from Florence Scovel Shinn, right? There was a woman that she was dealing with. And that woman, her man walked out on her. Okay? Her husband walked out on her. For 1 year, you know what she did for 1 full year? For 1 year, she set the table at home like he was still coming back. She persisted in the end that he's still here. And a year later, he walked into the house. He walked back into her home. This is the power of persistence. This is the power of going to the end. So let me make this as simple as I can for you, right? Because I don't want to confuse you anymore. Listen from this point forward, all right? Number one, it is your thoughts that create reality. Okay, it's your thoughts that create reality, not your feelings. Not your feelings. All right? Even when Neville Goddard said the feeling is the secret, later on he clarified, he said, when I speak of feeling, I'm not speaking of emotion. I'm speaking of the knowing that it will come through. It will come true. All right? So number one is it's your thoughts that are the secret. Number two, assuming, exactly. Number two is assuming. You assume that it's happening. So how do I do that? I go to the end. If I want this person or this money, I already assume that I have it. Now, how do I feel that? Like, how do I know that? How do I believe in that? Belief in itself is simply a statement. And somebody posted the actual Google definition of belief earlier. Belief is just a statement of belief. It's a statement. It's a statement that what you're saying is true. So basically, it's a statement. This is why even God said, I am the truth. Meaning whatever I say that I am is the truth. That is the nature of source. I am is the name of God. So whatever I say that I am is the truth, whether I feel it or not. When you think of your beliefs or what you think to be true, it is simply what you visit the most frequently. So now you want to make your dominant thought about the situation that you already have it. And now this clears the path. So what if I see something that I don't like? I can feel however, but I remind myself that I already have it. So anything that I see, when I say that I already have it, anything that I see, it's just the unfolding of this thing. And the unfolding means today, right? Right now, today, all right? You have a desire. In the moment you have a desire, you say, okay, it's mine. I'm immediately going, because I have a desire, that means I need to claim it. All right? So let's talk about ignoring in this context. All right? So the moment I have a desire, I claim it. It's mine. Now I'm walking through life, right? Understand the nature of reality. To get from where you are today to where you want to be, what has to happen? Life has to change, right? Reality has to change. To get from where you are to where you want to be, things have to shift. People have to change. Money has to change. Situations have to change. What does change look like? Anything different. Anything different. Right? So now you're going through reality and you see things change. Your human mind is going to say, this is negative, this is positive. You're going to want to judge things. This is the natural evolution of humans. Okay? You want to judge things. But what you have to remind yourself in these moments is what? All change is for me. Anything that I see is absolute proof that it's all working out for me. And so I name it and judge it accordingly. What happens when I see something unfavorable? I go to the truth. I already have it. I already have it in consciousness. So that means things have to change for me to get it. How do they have to change? It doesn't matter how they have to change. Some of y'all, let me use an example straight out the comments. Some of y'all, your woman or your man has to go talk to somebody else, and that person has to remind them of how much they miss you. Now, from your human perspective, you could look at that and be like, oh, it's not working. Oh, what are they doing? I can't believe it. From your human perspective, right? You can do that, but you don't know the ways. This is why even God showed up to Job and said, what? Were you there when I made the galaxies? Were you there when I created the earth? Could you do that? So how can you tell me if what I'm doing is right or wrong? You have to go to the end. I have it. If I have it, why am I worried about how it unfolds? If I have it, the only thing that I care about is if anything changes, I judge it as positive. It's for me. If I don't see anything change, then I know it's still changing behind the scenes. The example I always give, if you look at a plant, you stare at it for 10 minutes, you'll see no change. But guess what? It's growing in every moment. It's growing in every moment. So it is about reframing how you look at the world. It's not about processes. It's not about conjuring up some fake emotion. It's about controlling the story that you tell. If you already have it, then how the hell can you be worried about the middle? If it's the middle, then it's not the end. If you don't see what you want, it's just the middle. It's still unfolding, y'all. This is a journey, not about making fake motions. This is a journey of pure faithfulness to the end. This is a journey of faithfulness to yourself. Of before that person can commit to you, you must commit to yourself. You must commit to yourself. Stop reacting to the middle, to the unfolding like it's the end. It's just the middle. You already have what you want. Now relax and enjoy the movie. You've already seen the end. You have plot armor. Enjoy the movie. It all works out in the end. And you get the girl, you get the money, you get the car. You're going to be on your yacht right there. I'm going to be on the yacht on the other side. All right? It's going to be cool. We're all good. All right? Appreciate you, brother. We're all in this together. We are all in this together. How did I learn this? Honestly, I learned the law through Neville, but how I really started applying it is I was in a terrible financial situation that I was able to manifest my way out in a way that I still don't understand how it happened. To give y'all some backstory, so I was in a situation where I owed a lot of money, didn't really have a job. I was trying to figure out how to get it. There was really no other way except for me to go to the end that I already had the money, that it was already paid off. And I went to the end even though I didn't see any change, and I was almost homeless, and then in a miraculous way, all that I owed was paid off. I don't know what paid it off. I don't know who paid it off. I had no idea. The ledger was clear, and they said it was paid off, and that's what it was. And that's what introduced me to the absolute fact that the God within me is always on time. Always on time. Always on time. And then after that, in this day and now, I live by the law. How long did it take? A long time. To me, at that time, because I was stressing every day about, if I was going to be on the streets or not. Probably like a month and a half. Probably about a month and a half. A long time, right? It's a long time. It felt like a long time. But all right. I mean, hey, look, when you don't know if they're gonna come knock on your door the next day and tell you to move out, it was a long fucking time to me. Shit. But it was that's what really opened me up. But since then, I live by the law in all areas of my life. Even when I go out, right? I'll always tell y'all stories about, when I coach men, I'll tell them, or when I coach women, I always tell them to manifest flowers. Not from somebody they know, from a random person that they don't know. And then I always tell men to manifest the next time you go out to a bar setting, go sit at the bar. And before you walk in there, before you go out, manifest that a woman brings you a drink, buys you a drink. Buys you a drink. What these things prove is that you're powerful beyond your means. You can control not just these big things in your life, but the small things. Yeah, Florence for sure manifested the rose. So how? Yeah, I meditate. I meditate every day. So okay, let me give y'all the sauce, right, about the flowers. So when I do the flower manifestation, I talk to y'all about it, I'll do it from a state akin to sleep perspective. So for the next few nights, as you're going off to sleep, right, while you're laying in your bed, while you're falling asleep, I want you to create a quick 3-second scene, 3 to 5 second scene of you getting flowers. Pick the flowers. Look up some pictures of the flowers. Think about the flowers that you want. Imagine receiving them. You're holding them. Smile at them. Feel them. Smell them. Feel the wind hit them, and you can smell the scent of them. And replay that 3 to 5 second saying over and over again until you fall asleep. Focus on it. All right? And do that for a couple nights, and then let it go and see what happens. I'll make it as simple as that. That's what you do. Right? That is what you do. Very, very simple. Very, very simple. Guys, look, this is the point. The point is that, so let me be even more clear. I tried to give y'all a half-baked lesson, thinking that y'all were just going to take it and run with it. Oh, let me say it in a different way. What you are going to realize is when you start doing this, is you're going to realize that the process doesn't matter. I have to keep it like that. I have to keep it short and sweet. I don't care how many times you do it, because when it actually happens, there is a lesson to it that you are going to learn. There's a lesson to it. And the lesson is that It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. It doesn't matter how many times you do it or how serious you are with it. It doesn't matter if you let it go or you're worrying about it all day. It doesn't matter. Like you just do it and let it go and go about your business and see what happens. You're going to realize that all of these questions that you're asking about how many times and how do I have to visualize and what if my affirmations aren't working are absolutely irrelevant. They're absolutely irrelevant. Right? Just go to the end and let it go. Because flowers is not something that you're going to talk about or sit around wondering all day. You're just going to do it before you go to sleep. You're going to be like, oh, this shit is dumb. And you're going to wake up and go about your business. And then you're going to get a random flowers. It's going to come in some random way. One of the craziest stories is I remember one of my clients, she, the day before it happened, because we talked about it and we had like weekly appointments in this stretch. When we talked about it, she was like, I didn't get the flowers, but somebody came to me and somebody gave me different flowers. Somebody gave her different flowers. And I was like, okay, well, that's not it then. That's not it. And she's like, are you sure? I mean, it was still flowers. I'm like, no, that's not it. I don't settle. And then the very next day, she got exactly what she wanted. And it was interesting because this guy actually went and picked them fresh and then was delivering them to somebody. And then that person didn't show up. So he ended up giving them to her. It was just like, it was magical, right? It just shows you how whenever you have a desire, every person will play their part. Whether this person has to miss on their delivery, whether this person has to go hand pick flowers for you, everybody will play their part to get you to your desires. All right, so it's a very profound teaching. It can be from anybody. Don't worry, stop worrying about the how. That's not your job. How is not the job. Who from, not the job. You have them already. You are in the end. You are in the end. Do I think having the same birthday as my crush means anything? It means y'all both crazy as hell together. That's what it means. Y'all both equally crazy. No, I'm just playing. It only means what you think it means. It only means what you think it means. Y'all both crazy as hell together. And then, can it take a long time to get your desires? It's actually instant. Metaphysically, it's instant. And how long it takes is directly in correlation with how long you can stay in the end. Stay in the end, know that you already have it, and understand it, and expect that it shows up immediately. Expect that it shows up immediately. But I mean, a long time is going to be relative for everybody, right? Some people, a long time is a week. Some people's life are so cool, like they're manifest. This is why it's important to start creating in every aspect of your life. Because I don't want you to get to the point where you're so focused on that one thing, you can't let it go, and now you're not even enjoying life. Like, where is it going to come? And even if you're asking that question of how long is it taking, are you asking that question out of love or out of lack? Like, well, how is that question being formed? Especially if we're talking about people. When we're talking about people, if I'm worried about how long it's going to take, am I worrying out of love or out of lack? Like, I need them for some reason, right? So we have to go to the end and stay there. And when we go to the end, now all of a sudden we can get what we want quicker. And yes, I do meditate. I meditate every day. Every day. Should you pick up slack for certain clients in your business due to former employee mistakes? Do you? I mean, that's more of a personal question. I can't even. But if you're tired, I would say no. If you're tired, I would say nah.
How old am I? I'm old enough to vote. I'm old enough to drink. Probably old enough to be a lot of y'all's fathers, man. Old enough to be a lot of y'all's pops. Yeah, I'm definitely old enough to be your dad. You 26? Nah, nah, probably not. I'm not old enough. I'm definitely no hell. I'm definitely not old enough to be your dad. Unless your boy had puberty when he was about. Boy, I must have hit it quick. Dang. That's a good guess. 35 is a cool guess. That's a real good guess. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's a good guess. That's a great guess. No, I'm not 40. I'm not 40. I'm not 40. I'm not 40. 35 is cool. 42? Oh, shit. Okay. I mean, cool. I'll take that. I'm not 42, though. I'm not in my 40s. I'm in my 30s. I'm in my 30s, man. I'm not 37. I'm not in my late 30s. Thank y'all for this guessing game. We've played this guessing game already. We've already played this guessing game. Here we go. Matter of fact, what should the prize be if somebody guesses right? It would be a handshake. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a handshake. You guess it right, I'll give you a handshake. How about that? A handshake. You can get either a handshake or a high five. Make your choice. Handshake or a high five. Congrats. Handshake it is then. Damn, that's crazy. Fly y'all down to Dallas is wild. Nah. But if y'all ever are in Dallas, then I will personally go to you and give you that handshake. How about that? Oh, I'm definitely coming to the wedding. Like I say, man, anybody, any of y'all, as y'all continue to go down that path, you know what I'm saying, when y'all do get married, men, women, whoever, when y'all get married, I expect wedding invites. I love weddings. I love weddings. I could. Yeah. Yeah, and I got a Nigerian wedding to go to. My cousin's wedding. In my cousin's wedding. You already have them. You already had them, man. You already had them, man. You already have them. Stay in the end, y'all. Stay in the end. I feel that. You know, I love when the women in my family get married. Cause I already know it's like all my cousins gonna be around. That shit is so fun. So fun. Oh, that's why your ass wanted to go back to London. That purple was popping. Third Mary. If everybody around you is falling in love, it's contagious, man. It means it's getting closer to you. Sounds like a good sign. If everything is If everything around you is showing you, it might be a good sign for you. It might be your time to find love. Right? I see all of y'all in healthy marriages, healthy, nice relationships with the man of your dreams, right? Planning y'all's wedding. I see it already. I see nothing but that for y'all. The exact person you want. I claim it for you. You ain't gotta claim it for yourself. I claim it for you. Nah, you don't have to heal. You already are ready. You can do the healing for you, but you can still be ready right now. You got this. I see all of y'all. I expect to go to a lot of weddings the end of this year. Well, end of this year throughout next year. I've already got my first client wedding invite, so I'm expecting an avalanche soon. Do I want to get married? I used to. Back in the day when I was young and in love, right? I used to. I'll still get married though. I would, but it's not. Is it top priority? Nah. The woman I thought I was gonna marry, she ended up passing away. So I haven't thought about it since then. But if I you know what I'm saying, if I go out there and meet somebody, but it's not something that I care about. It's not something that I truly care about. All right. No, it's all good. I talk about it often. I appreciate that though. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sorry to hear that. That good old the good old razzle dazzle, that reticular articulating instead of reticular activating system. Yeah. I've always wanted to be married with kids. Yeah, you know, when I was a little younger, I was like, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna have a whole bunch. I'm gonna have as many as possible. Thoughts on soul ties, soulmates, twin flames. Yes, and yes. I'll give a brief synopsis. I have done full discussions purely on soulmates, twin flames, from a spiritual perspective of what they are, and soul ties and how to break them. Let's talk about it. So, before you decide to come down here, right, your soul. Okay, so what can happen is your soul can split into multiple pieces. All right. Absolutely, I was definitely blessed. It was definitely a beautiful impact on my soul, for sure, most definitely. I'm not who I am without it, right? But so a soul can split into multiple pieces, and when a soul splits into multiple pieces, we call it a soulmate. Now, that's all that means. Your soulmate's going to be kind of a mirror of your soul, right? Typically, they split into masculine and feminine, but that's not the case. Because remember, that's not, from a human perspective, it's going to be different because when you incarnate here, you still have masculine and feminine qualities. But the souls fracture and they mirror in a way that represents masculine and feminine, right? Yin and yang, per se. So not masculine and feminine as in energies, but more so complementary aspects of one another. Now, before your soul decides to come here to earth, what actually happens is it has to get a spark from what is called the eternal flame, God. If you've ever seen like a dead animal or a human being who's passed, you'll see the light is out on them. You can look at them in the face and the eyes. You know, their skin is dull. Their eyes don't have the light in them. What does that represent? They have lost their eternal flame, their soul. A piece of their soul has left, right? So you stand in this line to get this eternal flame. This eternal flame allows you to jump into a body here, to jump into the pineal gland in some fetus and animate that body. Now, if you get your flame at the same time as other souls, what are you called? A twin flame. This is all a twin flame is. Okay, so a twin flame is you got your flame at the same time. A soulmate is your fracture. Now, you can be a soulmate and a twin flame. Both. You can be both. But just because you're a twin flame does not mean you're a soulmate. I know. Like over there, with that narcolepsy, right? But then when we talk about soulmates, think about a soul or soul ties. Oh, no. Nah, but shit. Look, we got a replay on YouTube. You're going to have to hit that rewind button on YouTube. So, yes, a soulmate is a fracture. An eternal flame just gets a spark from the flame at the same time, and they are able to actually jump into this reality together. Now let's get into soul ties. First of all, how you going to zone out of your own question? How you going to zone out of your own question? That's crazy. And does age play a factor in the twin flame or soulmate experience? No, because time works differently. Remember, outside of this reality, everything is unfolding at the same time. So even because you get your spark with a whole bunch of other people and y'all are twin flame doesn't mean that you'll necessarily be around the same age. Just because you're a soulmate doesn't mean you're gonna be here. Your soulmate might not even on this linear timeline decide to have come down here yet. They might still be waiting there. They might still be waiting for a better time to get a certain experience. So who knows, right? Now, when we talk about soul ties, what are we talking about? A soul tie. What is a soul tie, Alex? School us. Let's talk about it. And I do want to talk about soulmates and twin flames a little bit more because it's a very interesting topic, and there's so much you can learn just from understanding what they are. But a soul tie happens when this. Anytime that you lay down with somebody or have sex, right? What happens is there is going to be a tunnel. It's going to be what we call an etheric tunnel that is formed between lovers, right? I lay in a woman, there's a tunnel formed between us. What is the purpose of this tunnel? It is to make communication between the man and the woman or whoever more telepathic. Why is this important? Because back in the day, there were no cell phones. There were no cell phones, right? And you also have to think our ancestors were more tapped in, right? They knew more. They knew a lot of the things that we're just proving with science. Why? Because there was less distractions. But on a psychological level, from a psychic perspective, when you lay with somebody, have you ever laid down with somebody? You know what I'm saying? The sex is good. Then afterwards, your connection just deepens tremendously. After y'all have sex, y'all can talk about so much more. Why is this? Because the purpose of this soul tie, this etheric tunnel, is to deepen the bond. It's to be able to pass emotions, pass thoughts between people clearly. Not just when you are face to face in the same vicinity, but also when y'all are far away. Even when y'all are far away from each other, let's say that your man is coming back from war. You have the feeling that he's not going to make it, or I'm going to stick around because I know that he's still there. This is part of your psychic connection. If I'm gone and my wife is in trouble and I know she's with my child, it's important to have a psychic connection. All of these things, right, are very important. Now, what is another purpose? We understand that spiritually, we think of marriage as signing documents. We think of marriage as walking down the aisle and signing your life over to the government, right? Bringing the government in your business. What marriage is spiritually is sex. Sex is marriage. So think about it from this perspective, right? Even if you think about the old days, marriage didn't mean anything. You got married, and then what do? You seal it with sex. You have to, consummate or consecrate, whatever the word is. You have to seal the marriage with sex. That is where the marriage actually happens, right? So now, let's think about that from that purpose, all right? Spiritually, you have sex with somebody. Now, what is the definition of marriage from a spiritual perspective? To become one. Consummate. Appreciation, all right? So to become one when they have sex. Spiritually, what else does this mean? Well, we know from reading scripture, it says when two or more people gather in prayer, what? It is stronger. Now, keep in mind, prayer isn't just when you're on your knees and you're folding your hands and you're praying. Prayer is every thought. Every thought is an affirmation. Okay. So now I meet somebody. We've all had this experience. You meet somebody, it's great in the beginning. Sex is great, right? The sex is great in the beginning, right? So much connection. You feel like your life is better. life just seems lighter. Money stretches more. The weather just feels better. The air smells better. Okay? You can get to your goals quicker. So when two people are in love, what actually happens is you start seeing the best in them. They start seeing the best in you. They believe in you. You have these goals, and not only is your energy pointing towards it, hers is as well. So now both of you are pointing in the same direction to the same things. Now, we've talked about the good side. What happens when one of you doesn't feel the same about that other person? Says, this dude's a bum now. Now, because y'all have sexually become one, what do you become? Spiritually, you become a what? You become a double-minded man. You are focused on your goal, and this person is saying, this bum is never gonna get it. She's never gonna do that shit. He's never gonna do that shit. Right? This is where the problem is. So inherently, a soul tie is not bad. There's nothing bad about it. It's beneficial. The problem is when you have 87 soul ties, right? That's the problem right there. You got 233 soul ties with all these different people. That is where the problem is, right? Your energy is divided. Now, how do you break a soul tie? You have to sit in your tub, do a cord cutting ceremony, right? And imaginarily think of all the people and cut the cords, right? How do you kill the soul tie? I don't know. Should I tell y'all or should I hold out that information? Should I tell? No, I'm just playing. So a soul tie, when we think, this goes back to what we were talking about previously when we were talking about spells, spell casting, and we talked about food a little bit. Remember, the spell is not important. The actual action is not important. The action is just a vehicle for the intention. We are in a time right now where it's not even about what you're doing. It's about what you're speaking. It's about what you're speaking. Okay? Yeah, it is. It is witchcraft. It's spooky. We're in spooky hours now. It's after midnight. We talking all kinds of shit. So it's not about doing some kind of ceremony. You don't have to do shit. You simply have to call your energy back. You simply have to decree that all ties to any people are removed. Simple as that. The only reason we don't believe it's simple is because why? Our minds are programmed to think that we have to do all these things to disconnect all of these things when all of these things are just within you. Thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be. How you do anything is how you do everything, y'all. It's the same with everything. So don't get into this manifesting space thinking that you have to do a ritual of an affirmation, a ritualistic affirmation. You got to light a candle and hum into the flames. Then you think to take away a soul tie, you got to do a damn dance around the fire and cut some cords in a bathtub while you're bleeding. Come on, y'all. How you do everything is the same. The kingdom is within you. It's all within you. No power. Nothing can take your power. Nothing has power over you unless you give it consent. Take your consent back. Nobody from my past, no woman from my past has any power over me, has any ties to me, point blank, period. All right? So once you get to that point, just speak what you want. Just speak what you want and allow it to be. Right? It's the truth because you say so. Give me my stuff back, right? It's my energy and I need it now, right? J.G. Wentworth head ass. Take your energy back. Simply say the word. Say the word and take it back. You are the operant power. You are the authority. You are the authority. 877 cash now. That's just crazy. The 877 cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth. Right, get your energy back. Get your energy back. Y'all are funny as hell. Ooh, y'all are funny. But yeah, so that's one of the biggest illusion, right? Is that we think, how is that cord cutting? How is that? How is what cord cutting? You must have fell asleep again. Sleepy Serena. Your ass done fell asleep again. I'm just playing with you. No, you definitely fell asleep again. I take that back. I take that I'm joking back. You fell asleep. You don't have to do cord cutting. You don't have to do cord cutting. You simply use your voice, use your words to decree what it is. You decree that you're calling your energy back. You make the declaration that you no longer have soul ties. You're no longer tied to anybody. You call your energy back. I call my energy back from everybody, right? So you should be calling your energy back at the end of the days. Or you should be making the declaration that your energy doesn't travel anywhere. You only give energy to what you want. No energy has the authority to leave me unless I say so, right? So somebody starts saying some rude shit, right? That's not taking any energy unless I give it consent. But everyone yaps about cord cutting. So how do they do that? Visualize. There's no such thing. Look, you don't have to do it. Look, if you want to give that cord cutting power, by all means do it. What I'm saying is you don't have to, because the power is in your tongue. Life and death is in the power of the tongue. Right? The only thing that you have to do is what you believe you have to do. Right? We are the ones who built the shackles up here. Right? We built the prison. The prison is up here first. Before they can put you in the cuffs physically, they got to put you in the cuffs up here. And then what if you are manifesting that person? Miss Lewis, I want you to answer that question. I'm calling you today. From now, we're calling each other into the highest version of ourselves. All right. What would you think? And I want to ask that honestly, because I want you to learn that you have the answers within you. I'm going to answer you, but what do you think? If you still want to manifest somebody, let's say that y'all have that cord, right? You've had sex in the past, okay? Do you believe that it matters? Remember, stop making this conditional. Stop making this conditional. This is unconditional. The God within you, the source within you is absolutely unconditional. If you already have it, it doesn't matter if you cut the shit or leave it. It don't matter what you did right now because you already have it. You're already in the end. Stay in the end. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, God. Stay in the end. Go to the end and stay there. Go to the end and stay there. Good old Ohio, man. Good old Ohio. I already see you in the end anyway. You already have it. If you already have it, all right, let's really break that down. If you already have what you want, how can you be tripping about how you get what you want? I know you're tripping out. I believe you've been tripping out for the last 35 minutes. Okay, look, Leslie. Look, Leslie, you're stepping in your power every day. Every day. All right? You have your own. You have your own, all right? Remember, you're going to get exactly what you want. How specific? Okay, look, you're going to get what you want. Whatever you decree, you're going to get. The only thing that you have to do is be a little bit more specific next time. That's it. Just be a little bit more specific next time. I feel like your life is turning into a walking testimony. Your life is turning into a walking testimony, and I love it. I love it. It feels like everything that's unfolding for you is giving you a little bit more clarity. You want a boyfriend, but he's got a girlfriend. Go to the end. Go to the end, right? Go to the end. Go to the end and stay your ass there. Like, sit down. Sit down somewhere. Stay in the end. Stop running around the house. You would be surprised at how beautiful your life is gonna get. What is the end? See, I know you playing with me, cause you're a veteran. You are a veteran. You are a veteran. See how y'all playing with me? Okay, look. Now you really a veteran. All right, see, look. All right, what is the end? Let me entertain y'all. What is the end? Let me entertain y'all. Miss Stacy, ask your question, Goddess. I got you. All right, what is the end? That means the moment that I have something, or a moment that I desire something, I go to the assumption that I have it, and I do not leave that assumption for anything. What if I see an unfavorable situation? It doesn't matter. I already have it. So this must mean it's just unfolding perfectly in my physical reality. What if I don't feel good? It doesn't matter. I do not allow my feelings to give me an excuse to tell the story of what I do not want. What if I don't believe it? Well, I am the truth. So whatever I say within that I am awareness, whatever I declare I am to be, that is the truth. Well, what if I can't see how I'm going to get it? Well, I am the way. So whatever I declare I am to be is the way. That is how to get it. So when I say go to the end and stay there, I'm being very specific. I'm saying, do you want money? Do you want a certain person? Well, then you have it. Go to the end. I have it. And now everything that you see becomes evidence of the unfolding from who I am today, from where I am today, when I have the desire, to where I have to be, to where reality has to be for me to have it. In my physical reality, things have to change. Therefore, every single change, even the things that I don't see change, it is evidence that everything is unfolding perfectly for me. I don't care what the situation looks like. The situation may not be ideal, but the God within me is perfect, so the situation must be unfolding perfectly, right? So when I talk about this is exactly what I mean when I say go to the end. It is, I have a desire. That means that it's God trying to have that desire through me. So I immediately go to the absolute knowing that I have it, and I stay there. For how long? As long as it takes. Is that going against the other person's will, though? No. So, absolutely not. Keep in mind, right? Let me put it like this. Right now within you, there are infinite versions of you, okay? There's a version of you just being born. There's a version of you who's a millionaire, billionaire, who's broke. There's every single different combination of versions of you. This is what Scripture says when it says, in my Father's house are many mansions. You are the Father's house. You are the temple of the Holy Spirit, the temple of the divine. And within you are many mansions. A mansion is a dimension. A dimension is a perspective. Anytime you change your perspective, you are changing a dimension. So physics will tell us that that reality is only 0.001% matter. The rest of it is energy and empty space. What is that energy and empty space? That is God, that is source, that is your higher self, that is different perspectives of you. So right now within you, there are infinite, countless different versions of you, all right? Within every other person that you meet, there are countless infinite versions of them as well. So you are never walking through life changing anybody. You're not changing anybody. My favorite scene in The Matrix, right? Try not to bend the spoon. That is impossible. Try not to change the person. That is impossible. You can't change your bank account. That is impossible. Instead, try to realize the truth that there is no spoon. There is no solid person. The kingdom is within you. It's all within you. So I'm not changing this person. That version of them exists in this reality, and this reality is attached to my perspective in life. What do I do instead? I go within myself and I assume a different version of me. A version of me who tells a different story, right? When I say make it about you, you're not trying to get that other person. That person would be a fool not to be with you, not to come back. You assume the version of you that already has it. You go to the end, I already have it. And by going to the end, what do? You call forward a version of them whose free will is in perfect alignment with yours. You are not changing anybody at all. You're not changing anybody. You can't change anybody. That is impossible. But fortunately for us, creation is done. Creation is done. Every version of everything exists. Every version of you, every version of every situation already exists. You are simply allowing this one out of infinite possibility to fade away and another one to come forward. And how do you do that? You go within yourself and you grant it to yourself. All right. Remember, moment by moment, we are switching realities. It's not that we're going through this flowing time. Every single moment is a brand new reality. So you're jumping reality to reality to get to what you want. This is what creates the illusion of linear time that we walk through. And it's absolutely surrendering. It's absolutely surrendering. It's going to the end and surrendering. Right? Doesn't matter what it looks like, right? How can you tell me that it's not working or that you still don't have it? You already have it. Go to the end and stay there. How can you tell me how it's going to unfold? You already have it. Go to the end and stay there. How are you worried about what you're going to do if you see something you don't like? You already have it. Stay there. You can do whatever you want. I don't care what you do. It shouldn't matter what you do because all things work out. Staying in the end creates the way. The path is created by staying in the end. No, I'm saying surrender. My bad. I'm not saying. My bad. I'm saying surrender. It was one that was like, what if you don't know what they want or something like that? Or what if you don't know what you want, maybe? Damn, where was it? What is JB? Who is JB? Justin Bieber, bro? Is that what you're talking about? Is that JB? Is JB Justin Bieber? What is JB? What if you are oh, okay, here we go. Oh, no, never mind. That was to somebody else. That wasn't to me. Broke. How do I cut that cord? You never been broke. You never been broke. And yeah, this is going to be on YouTube. It's going to be on YouTube. All the discussions are always on YouTube. They stay up there. I don't take them down. So you can always go on YouTube. You can get the document. You get the affirmations. You can get all of these things. Right? They're always there. They're always there. I don't know who JV is then. What if what you, okay, I like that question. What if what you want is against the culture, man? Fuck the culture, right? We're either gonna choose the life that we want or we're gonna let other people determine it for us, right? So, yeah, we're gonna either choose the life that we want consciously by selecting things that empower us, that make us feel fulfilled, or we are going to allow other people's thoughts and our beliefs poison us and create a reality that we don't want. This is one of the poisons of quote unquote culture anyway. A lot of times culture isn't even your culture. You didn't choose any of it, right? A lot of times, culture is simply a poison, influencing you to think a certain way, right? What necessarily is culture, right? It's a whole bunch of beliefs and systems that really the world puts on you to show you how you should move. How much of culture is really built from the ground up? Even if we think about it from a melanated perspective, when we start talking about like rap music, how much of that was influenced by the CIA? How much of their influence is in the music even still today, right? Calling our women hoes and making all of our men look like serial killers, right? How much of that is truly culture? So when you think of culture, think of it as if it's not something that you want to abide by, if it's not a way that you want your life to be played out, then let it go. Then let it go. Okay, what culture are you talking about? Maybe I made an assumption. I ran off the rails talking about culture. So what if it's against our culture? Are you talking about something like, I don't know, if my parents being from a certain part of the world wanted me to marry a woman that was from that certain part of the world? In that case, in something like that, I would say the same thing. But let me be clear, because I believe that I would say the exact same thing. Forget them, right? Traditional beliefs. Traditional beliefs. Like, give me a concrete example. Because I believe that I would say the same thing, but maybe I jumped the gun. Because I believe I would say that this life is yours to create, and this life is not something that you should just look. It gets to a point in all of our lives, right? And we can talk about this from the perspective of pain and trauma that people have passed down to us. We can also talk about this from certain values like that, like religion, or like, who they expect me to marry. At the end of the day, my parents, they don't have to get in my body and live my life. I have to do it. They don't have to wake up to that woman every day. I have to do it. They don't have to go to that church every day. I have to do it, right? So why would I take other people's beliefs and use that to be the primary measure of what I should do with my reality, right? I understand respect, and sure, we should respect the people who paved the way for us. But at what cost to what you want? But at what cost to what you want? At what cost? Well, I'm missing a lot of these fucking comments. My bad, y'all. I don't know, man. Look. I did not expect you to say that shit. What the hell? That shit. That shit was way off. What the fuck I expected? I expected something else. Okay. God damn. Talk about a curveball. And I swung and missed that motherfucker. Look. That was a major plot twist. That was a Hall of Fame plot twist. Okay, let me answer this. Let's talk about this. No, let's not talk about this shit. I don't know. Do what's right for you, but what you do is not impacting my life. Look, do that. But yeah. Damn. I don't even know how to respond on that one. But I'll try. How did that happen? Was it just how did this unfold? How did this story unfold? How did this story unfold? He is my namesake. What you mean he my namesake? Hold up, what you talking about? His name is Alex? Just because he's my namesake don't mean, look, if you dog, I am speechless. I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know. I've never really thought that far on those kinds of subjects. I have never really pondered anything like that before. So, your boy is speechless. Man, I can't remember the last time I've been speechless. I'm a yapper. I'm a talker. So what are your actual inner thoughts about this, right? Because you made the decision, or you're already too deep in it. So at this point, it's like you're worried about social or cultural norms. I mean, are you even at the point where you should be worrying about that right now? Is that even... I mean, if it seems like y'all are well beyond even having that conversation. All right. Okay, y'all motherfuckers is wild. Look, do what you do, man. Judgment, remember, judgment is a human construct. Judgment is something that we do, right? So, what you do? I can't tell you if what you are doing is right or wrong. I can't tell you. That's something that you're gonna have to make up your mind. And you're like, no, I don't think that's I don't think that's anything anybody can give you advice on. To be completely honest, right? It's done. You're already there. So I mean, what is your option? To stop and then do what? You got a kid, or to move forward and move away and run away, right? So I mean, how can you move forward unless it's some kind of situation where nobody knows and there's just a random child, right? I don't see how. There comes a point where we've done what we wanted to do and it's done. There's no point in pondering, right? I step in my truth and I live that, or what's the alternative? I don't. But yeah, when it comes to clearing soul ties, man, the most important thing for you to do is speak the word. Is speak the word. See, look, see, okay. 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 All right. Could be. It could be. This is why I love y'all so much, bro. This is why I enjoy my time, man. Cause all of y'all are just so damn wonderful. With the shit y'all say, just I love the way that y'all support each other for real. Truly. Even when I can't and I'm on other topics and things like that. So I appreciate y'all. You got hella comedians, dude. What else y'all doing tonight, man? Oh, it's like 1 o'clock. Yeah. You're right. Nobody can tell you what's right or wrong in your life. Nobody can. Nobody can tell you what's right or wrong. What if someone is actually Yeah, it did get quiet than a motherfucker. Sure did. Somebody tell a joke. Oh, never mind. Don't do that. Don't do that. Y'all been telling enough. When I tell you the ICT, it's not a model. It's like how to read the market. When I tell you that ICT will blow your mind with some of the shit he does, like especially when he starts doing things like when he just starts coming up, he starts just coming into the market and fucking around. That question about the baby was wild. That question about the baby was wild, bro. Nah, all right, that's enough jokes. Nah, I'm just playing. But the way that he reads the markets is crazy. He'll do these live streams where he
reads the markets and calls out things, it's incredible. So it'll give you an amount of precision in the market. It's very that I don't see anybody being able to rival. I don't see anybody being able to rival the way that he can call out the market. Facts. Yeah. So it can get deep though, right? Like it can get. Which one did you actually start with? Because I started with the 2022 mentorship. I was talking about ICT, a trader. So he's a trader, and then he kind of calls out the market. So he's got concepts. Yeah, ICT. You know, it's very interesting. People either love him or hate him. I say as long as you make money, do your thing, right? But his 2022 mentorship changed the game for me. That and the most recent one he did. There was one where he showed a way how to predict the high and the low of the day. Sauce. Game. Based on like the opening midnight, probably the midnight price open, and running out of Fibonacci on the opening price, and extending that through the day. And when I tell you that shit is like magic, it's pretty dope. Didn't he say that Bitcoin? But he did say that Bitcoin was gonna crash. I think he did say that Bitcoin was gonna crash at one point, but you know it did. So would I say to study straight ICT? That's a good question. I wouldn't say to study anybody straight because trading is such an individual journey that you never know what you can pick up. I know certain people that just trade pure support resistance, right? And they make bread. I just couldn't do it. I just needed a little bit more precision. So if you like more details, I would say ICT. But also with ICT, you can expect a little bit more of a learning curve when it comes to understanding market structure. But to me, it's worth it. It's worth it. But if you put in that work with ICT, you'll see the market. There will be certain things that happen over and over again in the market that you just cannot unsee. Let me try to think. Are there any other traders that I really like? No. No, there's not. I can't even reference any. Because when I first started, yeah, flip-flops. Well, not flip-flops. They're like little house slender thing. Yeah, I guess they're flip-flops. But slides. They're slides. For y'all think I got them thong slippers on over here. But they're just slides. There were traders that I followed at first. And then once I found ICT, I wasn't going back. Once I found ICT, I was like, oh, nah. Your boy's not turning back. I do like Q Banks, too, but don't start the hate, brother. Don't start the hate, my brother. Look, I do like Q Banks, but his shit was just the way when people see the market too simplistically, like a break and retest. I just can't get into it. I'm like, break and retest.
Sometimes that shit works. Sometimes shit just fucks up and it fails. Me personally, I just need a little bit more precision. So Q Banks, Wall Street Wall Street Trapper. He's cool. Who are the dudes that did? They do like Market Monday. And the two brothers that do that. Anyways, they're both really cold. I like them a lot. But once I learned ITT or got on ITT, I turned away from everything else. I traded pure ICT concepts. What else y'all want to talk about? Got a little bit more time. Ian Dunlap. Yeah. Ian Dunlap. Facts. Ian Dunlap. Earn your leisure. Absolutely, that's what it is. Earn your leisure and Ian Dunlap. Yeah, they're cold. There's another dude. He's on YouTube all the time. A real cool dude. He talks super slow. Not super slow, but he talks slower. He been in the game for a minute too. Let me find him. Let me find this dude. He's the one who really got me into looking at the market after it closed and doing my analysis then, and then looking at it early in the morning and kind of diversifying what stocks I looked at to get a holistic view of the market. It's a black dude. Damn. I'm surprised he's not just on the cover page. Oh well. This is not that important. He's always coaching. He's a good teacher. Did I have any other career paths I was set on? Not really. So, but I dibble and dabble in a lot of stuff, right? Question on topic: how do I personally navigate client satisfaction into life philosophy? It's a good question as well. Cool. There we go. We got two good topics. All right. So, I had a couple career paths. I was in tech for a while. I was doing architecture. I did data. I was in data. Then I moved into project management, program management. So I was on that career path for a while. I still do videography a little bit. I was in it heavy. And then I've kind of pulled out of it recently. So videography, photography. And yeah, sure, that's about it. Once I found trading, I knew that I wasn't going to do anything else. Of course, I have other things that I do, right? I have other businesses that I have with some of my homeboys. But primarily it was tech, right? And I got into tech after I was in a fire. I was in a hospital. And the dude I was with in the hospital with told me to get a certification and he'd give me a job. So I got the certification quickly. He kept his word, and that was a wrap. But it was primarily tech. Primarily tech until I got into trading. I got out of I've been trading full time. I guess my primary thing for a while though. For about say a while. It actually hasn't even been that long. Maybe about 2 years. About 2 years. And then how do I personally navigate client satisfaction into life philosophy? Shoot, I personally navigate it by just doing my best, right? Giving my best to the clients, right? I can look at somebody and see the best for them and see the highest version of them, their ideal self, right? Because that's the responsibility that I have to every client is if you come to me, then I have a responsibility to see you as your ideal self based on what you want. Now, there's going to be work you have to do. I give you all the information. I can try to say it in as many different ways, but you still have to accept it. Now, I'll try my hardest to do that, but me putting my sense of self-worth on all of my clients being, absolutely successful, I think that would be setting myself up for failure. So I put my sense of satisfaction into doing my best. Understand that I do enjoy helping people. I genuinely enjoy it, which is why I do it. Because this is why I get on live and just talk, because I enjoy helping people. This is why I open myself up to coaching. I didn't have to do that shit. Right? I don't need the money. It's just, I just do it because I like it. So I genuinely enjoy it. I do it because it's who I am, right? I teach, I give knowledge because I've always been that type of guy. I've always been the type of person that gave game. I just went from giving game to people that are close to me to doing it on a larger scale now. So I wouldn't say that, and honestly, I haven't had any bad experiences with any clients. I believe to gravitate to my work and set up time with me, you already have to be at a certain level of consciousness, because I'm not starting off with the basic feeling is a secret. You've got to feel good and self-care. I'm not talking about that. I'm pretty pointed in, how I'm delivering my message. So I don't have problems with people that gravitate towards me, because this message, typically, if you step into this arena, you think like me already, so you already have a good concept. I don't know if many people who are just getting into the law jump straight into content like mine, which may be a limiting belief perhaps. But typically, the people that I speak with are pretty well versed on the law. We're not starting from the beginning. Well, I have had couple of people that they just wanted to talk about spiritual things, and that was cool. I've had people that just want to talk about retention or a specific thing, and we work through that. But even that, right, to even get time with me, you'll have to obviously, we're already on basically the same wavelength. So. Exactly. It's just that I'm myself, and honestly, the point of most of my one-on-ones, it's not really like I'm giving you anything new. We're just diving into your own psyche and removing limiting beliefs, because I give all the game on these lives. I come here and I'm not holding shit back. I just say things in different ways, maybe to an individual person based on their unique situation, if we can go one-on-one. Or because it's one thing for me to respond to one sentence about what somebody's going through in the chat. It's another thing when somebody gives me, a full background and we can really dive into breaking down the aspects of their story. Like I've done certain live discussions though where we've taken emails from clients, of course with their consent. We've taken emails and we've broken down the emails. Okay, this is where the weak spot is. Can you see where the belief is? And then we go through the lecture, and by the time we get to the end, we go back and we read it from a different perspective. Now we can see all the blind spots. So typically, if I have some background with somebody, I can break it down. But I'm not judging. My sense of self-worth is not tied. It's not tied to whether people book me. It's not tied to whether I have 100% success rate. it's tied on, am I doing my best to really connect with this person and help them to the best of my abilities? That's all I can do anyway. That is all I can do. Yeah. And maybe resonate close to my level isn't a fair statement. Maybe it's more so I've yet to meet someone who doesn't have some kind of spiritual hunger. Right? Hunger. Because I would prefer, even for the coaching sessions, not to really just be me beating you over the head, but more so a conversation where we're just, we're taking situations and we're challenging them from different angles and looking at the situations in a different way, right? Like, okay, what about this? Have you thought about this? Why do you believe you feel like that, right? So it's almost taking a therapy approach to manifesting, except just exposing limiting beliefs, which is fun. And interestingly, also, once you start having those conversations, people are much more intelligent than I think a lot of people give people credit for, because we know where our limitations are. Sometimes it just helps for somebody to point it out in a different way, but we know the answers. And the manifestation space is different because, unlike the self-help space, this is truly empowering you. Right, the ideal meeting is that we meet, and you only have to talk to me once. You only have to talk to me once, and you're like, oh shit. Okay, well, if I need you again, I'll hit you up. And I'm like, okay, cool. Or if I need you again, I'll get on the lives. Okay, cool. All right, perfect. That's perfect. I appreciate that question. Truly. And then, do I prefer law of attraction? Assumption, for sure. I live by the law of assumption. I struggle with the law of attraction. It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't understand the feeling being the key of it. That's what always threw me off. From a practical perspective, just being able to hold a feeling just wasn't it for me. But the law of assumption, I live by the law of assumption. Literally, by live by it, I use the law of assumption in every aspect of my life. Every aspect. I'm a die-hard believer of the law of assumption. Somebody try to tell me the law don't work. What you mean the law don't work? What you mean the law don't work? Damn. Damn. So, no, it's not staying delusional. I mean, however you want to. So delusional kind of has a negative connotation. Sure, we can say delulu is the soul. We can say it is delusion. It's living in the end. It's simply making the statement that you already have it, and then allowing the world to catch up to that knowing. It's not speaking against what you want ever. It's making the assumption that you have what you want and that everything is working out to give you what you want. Basically, what the law of assumption is everything that I talk about. What we talk about here is pure law of assumption. It's pure law of assumption. Well, kinda. It's law of assumption. It's my version of law of assumption. Expectations for sure. Right? The difference between wanting from lack and desiring from expectations, two different vibrations, two different frequencies. Right? I can only expect if I've given it to myself and I know that it's mine. Right? I want from lack if I don't believe it's mine. If I'm trying to influence the external circumstances, I'm trying to change people, change things. Instead of changing myself, granting myself that thing or that person, and then knowing that a different version of them must walk forward towards me because it is law. It is absolute law. All right, y'all. I'm getting to the end of the road. Might have to end this one. And tomorrow's Sunday. What am I doing tomorrow? I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Right? We're all in this journey together. We're all in this journey together. So how do I stay persistent? By staying conscious. In my consciousness, I'm not walking around affirming all day for what I want. I'm not walking around repeating a single story. What I'm doing is I'm always aware of the fact that I am Source. And with that knowing, I understand what is attached to Source, right? Because I am Source, I am every aspect of Source. I am always worthy. I'm always loved, so I only attract love into my life. I'm always prosperity, so I only attract prosperity. I'm always all these things, right? Every aspect of Source. So basically everything that I want is already magnetized towards me. So when I walk in that awareness and that persistence, now I can calm down. I can be calm, and it doesn't matter what I'm feeling. I can enjoy it fully. It doesn't matter what I see. I can enjoy it fully. I can allow it to give me clarity on what I want, right? So that's what persisting is to me. It's simply staying in the end. Right? Of course, you can give me $1,000 for free. Sure, I'll take it. Right? And then what's up? What's up? But persisting really, to me, that's what it is. But when I talk about persisting what persisting is, and I'm very pointed when I say this, you're not allowed to think against what you want. If you declare that you want something, right? You want money, you want a certain person, you're not allowed to think against that. I don't care what it looks like, you're not allowed to think against it. You already have it. What do you mean it doesn't look right? What do you mean it's not working? What do you mean I have to change something? How can you say that if you already have it? You're not allowed to speak against it. So this is persisting. Now, how do you do that? You have to develop consciousness. You have to develop the discipline of thought, the discipline of awareness. The discipline of thought, the discipline of awareness, and walk through life knowing that everything is unfolding for you. Right? That consciousness is awareness. And so the higher your awareness is, the more you can walk around and be conscious of your story. Right? So instead, if I'm unconscious, what happens is, hey, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you for being here. If I'm unconscious, what happens is I can see a situation or I can get a feeling, and now all of a sudden my mind gets pulled into my body. And when my mind gets pulled into my body, all of a sudden my mind just starts to flow. My mind just starts to tell these stories of what I don't want. This is what we're trying to avoid. So this requires discipline. This is why discipline is so important in every aspect of your life, man. Discipline is crucial. Discipline is absolutely crucial. And I like subliminals. I like sleep tapes. I like all of that. I like whatever helps you to get what you want. I like whatever helps you to live the life of your dreams, right? You can do the subliminals, you can do the sleep tapes, you can do all of that. Right? Just remember that it's all you. Remember that it's all you. It is all you. It is all you. I appreciate you. Y'all funny. I appreciate y'all. Man, I might have to end this one though. Boy's getting a little tired. I hope your pillow is colder. I hope you have a beautiful night. I hope all y'all have a beautiful night. All right, let's go on in there this one. Hey, look, I see you all as prosperous, as perfect, as divine, as all that there is. You are already in alignment with everything that you want, everything that you want, no exceptions. Well, but what about this? No exceptions, everything that you want. But what if I feel this way? No exceptions, whatever you want. Okay? If you do not believe this is cool because I see you as that way anyway, so I know it must be true. I have a blessed evening. Sure, we'll talk again tomorrow, God willing. All right? But until then, she'll talk to y'all soon. All right? Peace, peace, peace.